work out, right? Right, chaps, let's make sure it's all going through. Good evening, everyone, and God bless. And Assalamu alaikum to our regular Muslim viewers. A big shalom to all the Tommy Robinson fans who are lurking, and God bless to all the Christians. It's a pleasure to welcome Joseph Cohen of the Israel Advocacy Movement. I met Joseph a couple of years ago when I first embarked on my journey in the right, down in Speaker's Corner. And I watched him argue for many cases and many points, and I consider him one of the top three debaters, probably in Speaker's Corner. I might disagree with Joseph on things like liberalism, etc., etc. He's fun to argue with and debate. I think Joseph has spent, I'm not sure how long, working for the Israel Advocacy Movement, promoting Israel relationships with the wider world, and I think also working in interfaith relationships with Muslims, if I understand Joseph right. So evening, Joseph, how are you?
Good evening. No, you're right. I've worked in the Israel advocacy sphere for maybe 5 years. Before that was campaigning against anti-Semitism, and before that was building an interfaith type dialogue between Jews and Muslims, which I still continue to this day.
Yep, I've seen that. That's quite a great amount of work. I've seen you argue with all sorts of Muslims on all sorts of issues, from I believe Israel, Palestine, the Torah, sort of everything else. But the reason I thought we should do the stream, especially with recent events, is I've completed. People get a bit triggered in the chat. I've completed the last phase of my journey through the right. Those who are working with me in the chat know exactly what that means. And at the end of that journey, I found out a lot of interesting things about the way the right looks at anti-Semitism. So I thought it'd be really useful for me to maybe share my kind of, amateur view of anti-Semitism based on what I've learned. And then I thought it would be fun to look at what I think is crudely the top 10 sort of anti-Semitic tropes, like Jews around the world, et cetera, and maybe we can look through those arguments and see what they are. I think a lot of the people in the chat want to challenge you, so if you want to do that, you can tag Joseph with a Q or question, and we'll have a look at them. And perhaps later on we might open the panel if any sensible people have any sensible arguments. A little heads up, given recent events, Spurs will be brutalized by the spammers in the chat. Non-sensible Spurs will be timed out, etc. So what I thought I'd do, Joseph, is just quickly jump in and sort of let's see if I can share my screen, and let's see if I can share. I think perhaps this Shafi here. Let's see if this works. I want to run through these arguments because you hear them all day and every day. So I want to see, and I've had to argue myself against some of them. I've had to do my own research to make sure I thought those arguments were right or not. And I think they just repeat themselves again and again. So I thought we could run through maybe like the top 10 list of arguments I believe are potentially anti-Semitic, and then maybe talk about things like the deeper structure of anti-Semitism. So let's go, let's fly through the list. It should be fun. Number one, Jews run the world. Joseph, do you run the world? I think you may be muted by accident.
Sorry, I muted myself. I was just saying yes, and that's why I'm on this live stream tonight, because I've got the evening off from controlling the elders.
Yeah. So my usual argument with that is I've done quite a few streams where I go, well, you can audit, because I spent a decade of my career in things like investment banking, and you can audit power, right? We audit them in terms of economic models, political models. And every time I've audited, I've double checked, and there's some people I really like and respect who hold these views. And I've never been able to evidence anything other than the elites around the world. And they might be Jewish elites, but gosh, I can assure you they're Indian elites, Russian elites, Chinese elites. So I'm not sure if there's anything to even worry about Jews around the world. I mean, I haven't yet to find any evidence of that. Next one sort of segues, which is very common, which is Jews run the banks. How would you deal with Jews run the banks?
I mean, within the UK, the biggest banking families are actually Quakers, and you never hear the Quakers. The biggest banks in the world are Chinese today. You never hear the Chinese run the bank. And so it's very easy to look for a name that you think is Jewish, but it's potentially German, because a lot of names are also German. And so it's a very old trope. And what we could do as we get through this list, we can actually cross-reference some of this to history, because a lot of these tropes aren't as recent as we think. A lot of the things that we're going to cycle through now are actually almost as old as the Jewish people themselves, or as long as the Jewish people have experienced and suffered anti-Semitism. These are the tropes that are often lobbied. But I find
a deeper one as well that's connected to this, and maybe you can expand it again, maybe because of having had to write lots of trading systems. It goes something like this. because the Jews were instrumental in the 14th and 13th to 14th and 15th century on the conversion from the barter system to unification of currency, and therefore because they were charging interest rates. Therefore, usury is connected to the Jews, which is connected to all the ills of the world because money lending is bad. But standard economic models tell you if you remove interest rates, you remove growth. It's just basic mathematics. No interest rates, no growth. You can't borrow money, you can't grow. So I always find that they're connected somehow that goes, oh, because there's money lending, it is bad, and money lending is bad because it's Jewish. But every time I challenge them with like net present value inflation formula, they'll run away and say, oh, you probably work for the Jews. So I mean,
it's one of the really interesting aspects of this is the Jews are responsible for everything that's bad in your life, but not for anything that's good in your life. So you believe there's this sinister cabal of Jews that run the banks, they run the media, they run everything. So let's focus on the banks. The Jews run the banks, and they've planned every economic downturn. So they were responsible for the Great Depression. They were responsible for the crash of 2008. It's Jews, Jews, Jews. But they never apply that same standard for the good stuff. So it's never like, okay, there's this cabal of Jews, but through the capital and the credit they've made available to people, which has encouraged entrepreneurship, we now have the highest literacy rates, the best quality of healthcare, the longest life expectancy, the technology that we're speaking through today, all made available and possible because of the economic system we're in at the moment. They never blame the Jews for that. So it's like everything that's bad is the Jews, and everything that's good, well, that's not the Jews. That just happened. And so if you're going to cleave to this anti-Semitic trope that the Jews are behind everything, then at least credit us with the good stuff as well. It's a little unfair.
Proper accounting, right? Accounting, right? Say plus column, negative column, net the two numbers, right? I also found that recently that actually leads into the other trope quite well, because frequently I hear, the Jewish people are not European and their contributions don't matter to European civilization. A couple of days ago, I was running riot around some of the chats, and I took examples at the top of my head: physics, Einstein, Bohr. I took philosophy, I took literature, and each case it always came to no, they're actually only good contributions to Europe. The European canon are non-Jewish. I mean, literally, I had someone say, "Oh, quantum mechanics and relativity is nonsense. It's Newton. Newton was English." I'm like, but what about relativity and quantum mechanics? They're dominated by Jewish physicists, and they were like, no, can't have that. So I think that speaks to that point, right? Only good, but not bad, right? How about the porn industry? I must confess, I know almost nothing about the porn industry myself, but like, I mean, is that also run by the Jewish people?
According to anti-Semites, yeah. And this, I was going to save it for later, but there's a Roman historian called Tacitus who didn't like the Jews. It was the height of the Jewish rebellions. Effectively, anti-Semitism, as I understand it, has really been around since the Jewish kingdoms in present-day Israel and Judea and Samaria, when they were crushed by various empires, they were turned into vassal states. That's when we began to see the emergence, really, of anti-Semitism, because the Jewish people of that region continuously fought for autonomy, for self-determination, and they fought mighty empires. One of those empires, and the last empire really, because they expelled the Jews, was the Romans, the Europeans. It's one of the other really interesting things about Middle Eastern history. When people think of Israel, they think of the current people that live there today, which is Jews and Arabs. There was centuries of European Mediterranean presence in that land. So there were major population groups within the Israel region. One of them were European. Greeks played a huge role in the culture and the society that was within Israel for a period of time. But anyway, I digress. So Jews rebelled against the Romans, and as a consequence, there were Romans that were very critical. And the Jews were also very close to the Romans as well. So the Caesars and the likes were all close to the Jewish nobility who married into the Romans. So there was a very close society, but there were also rebellions against Rome. And so Tacitus was writing in the time, and this could literally, I don't know when this was written, but he was born before the death of Jesus, which was, I believe, around 70 CE, or 100. When was Jesus? I'm not Christian, and it was
33 to 70 is when
there we go. Thank you. I'm not good with the Christian stuff. And the Jews were expelled 20 years after this was written, or certainly Jerusalem was crushed as to the 20 years after this was written. So whatever their origins, he's talking about the Jews. These observances are sanctioned by their antiquity. The other practice of the Jews are sinister and revolting and have entrenched themselves by their very wickedness. Wretches and the most abandoned kind, who had no use for the religion of their fathers, took to contributing Jews and free will offerings to swell the Jewish exchequer, and other reasons for their increasing wealth may be found in their stubborn loyalty and ready benevolence towards brother Jews. But the rest of the world they confront with hatred and reserved for, with the hatred reserved for enemies. They will not feed or intermarry with Gentiles. Though a most lavishious people, the Jews avoid intimacy with women of alien race. Among themselves, nothing is barred. They have introduced the practice of circumcision to show that they are different from others. Proselytes of Jewry adopt the same practices, and the very first lesson they learn is to despise the gods, shed all feelings of patriotism, and consider parents, children, and brothers as readily expendable. However, the Jews see to it that their numbers increase. It is a deadly sin to kill an unwanted child. It's interesting. That's the line that stands out for me the most. So this is a noble Roman culture. And they think that the eternal life is granted to those who die in battle or excursion, hence their eagerness to have children and their contempt for death. Rather than cremate their dead, they prefer to bury them in the imitation of Egyptian fashion, and they have the same concern and beliefs about the world below, but their conception of heavenly things is quite different. I'll stop there, but what I wanted to focus on there is every single thing you focus on, whether it's wealth, whether it's depraved, immoral, sexual behavior, whether it's not wanting to kill unwanted children. It's quite relevant for today's day, particularly around the abortion.
That's the point, isn't it? Because the European, even during the Hellenic phase, I mean, the Greek culture was all over the Levant. It was all over there. So it wasn't just like they were insular Jews and Europeans living. They were completely crossover, right? I mean, otherwise you wouldn't have the Greek and the Hebrew in the scripture. You wouldn't have any of that.
100%. There was a huge divide between the Jews who practice Greek or Roman culture and the Jews who cleave to their traditions. Very much today, you have the same debates raging. And if you look at more progressive denominations of Judaism compared to more orthodox denominations, conservative denominations, you have those same clashes. But I think the thing I wanted to focus on, and the reason I read Tacitus to a bunch of people who I'm sure there's going to be some anti-Semites watching, is that the tropes that you're pushing, or the tropes that they're pushing, are not new. They're not. They're recognizable, and if you look at any despised people, you will see similar charges levied at them. And so one of the issues that the Jews have faced is they've either been a small state under the feet of mighty empires, and a small state that rebels against those mighty empires, punches above its weight, or they have been a small minority living amongst a host nation, and a small minority that retains a degree of separateness, not in the sense that we segregate ourselves from society. We integrate into society and we respect the traditions of that society, but we retain our own traditions. We retain our own ancestral religion. And so an example of how does that manifest in the modern world? Well, if you go to any British synagogue on a Saturday, you will hear all the prayers in Hebrew. But one prayer in particular will stand out because it's said in English and Hebrew. It's a combination. And that is a prayer for the royal family and the government. And we pray for the well-being of the government and the well-being of the monarch, because they've given us sanctuary. Many of us came as refugees and we were granted asylum, and we're incredibly grateful for being taken into this incredible nation and given the liberties and the freedoms and privileges that everybody else that lives in this great nation experiences from. And that's why every Saturday in every synagogue, almost every synagogue in the country, this same prayer is said. And so but it kind of emphasizes how there is that state and we retain our culture while existing within a host nation.
It's funny, funny you mention that, because I, for example, I've lived in India as a child, and the very same pattern applies in places like India and Japan, where the Indians and the poets on the 800 years of Muslim Mughal rule, the poets wrote and caricaturized these atrocious features of Muslims. Muslims with hooked nose, Muslims who are circumcised, Muslims who had gnarly hands, and they literally depicted the other in a way that was almost a grotesque characterization. And the same in Japan. When they first had to deal with the Chinese and the Koreans, the Japanese invented characters in Japan that made the Chinese look like monsters.
Yeah.
Right? So it's always like the other is portrayed as the monster, right? There's always something, quite like fantastical about the enemy, right? And I guess that's the trope as a whole. If you go to any of the Telegraph channels, you see all the Jewish tropes, men with, contorted hands, like twisted. It's always the other is always a gargoyle of form, isn't it? So it's not really, in a way, different, right? So that's interesting. So that, I guess, that covers the porn stuff, and this is going to be of far more interest to everyone in the chat. Jews want to replace white people. This is the one of the talking points du jour. So Jews actually have an intention to replace European people in their homelands. This is all day, every day, all over social media. The Jews are plotting demographic replacement of the West. So off you go, Joseph.
So my first thing is why? My first question is, why would the Jews want to replace white people in Europe? And I genuinely open it up to the someone looking in the comments, enlighten me. Well, why is it in my interest as a Jewish person to replace anybody in their indigenous lands?
I think that, the answers are here of all sorts. One of them is a revenge narrative, that because of what's happened to the Jews for 2,000 years, all the way to World War II, white people must be punished. And what the Jewish person does is he's going to use all the forces to make sure that Western European civilization is punished for what it's done to the Jews. That's one. The other common answer is, if white people become too powerful, then they would overlord and lord over the Jewish people. And because Jewish people are considered a light upon the world and are meant to be the Zionist overlord, therefore Jews are never going to lose their top spot on the top of the world. So usually the arguments go something like that.
Okay, so let's take each one. Let's take each one of those. So the revenge aspect. So Jews have been persecuted for millennia by most of the people, with the exception of the Chinese, the Indian. Most of the lands that we settled in, we were persecuted. It wasn't a white thing. There used to be 1 million Jews in the Muslim world. In the Arab world, there used to be 850,000 Jews. Today, there's more Jews in Boreham Wood Synagogue than there is in the entire Arab world. And so if it was a revenge thing, it would play out everywhere. But the reality is that there isn't this collective, there isn't this cabal of Jews that are planning and pulling levers of how states should operate. The immigration policies which Western nations have introduced in recent years are the cause of the changing demography. It really, in the UK particularly, began, as everyone in the chat is more than aware, it began with the Blair years. It began with the Labour government. It was, if you look at Brexit, if you look at the EU, there are a combination of reasons, from conflict to the economy, conflict in other lands to the economy, that have been the triggers and the catalysts. But the people that are making these decisions are overwhelmingly white Europeans. It's the guys that most of the people in the chat are opposed to, or not most of the people, but those on the right that are in the chat. It's the guys it's not Jews, it's other white players, white progressives, it's white liberals, it's white capitalists, it's white globalists, it's white, any of the labels you would like to attach to them. But there's particularly in Europe, there's very few Jews. The arguments tend to be imported from America now, where there's the Jewish community is far larger than it is here in Europe. European Jewry is a very, very, very small community. In the UK, there's hardly any of us, to the extent there's no kosher restaurants anywhere. If we had this monopoly, the least we could do is open some kosher restaurants in London, because there's nothing. There's no Jews here.
So let me get this. So Priti Patel is not working for you chaps, right? She's not, because she doesn't seem to be Jewish, right? And she has got direct control of the immigration policies, right? So, and she's not Jewish, right? But I noticed this as well, because the idea is, I think it comes from a place of legitimate concern for demographic replacement. I stand on the side of English people who don't want to be demographically replaced. I will stand on their side and say that's a good thing to be able to maintain your culture. But to falsely prescribe to the source of the blame anything other than liberalism, and then the transition, as you say, in Blair to 1997 to open progressivism, followed by globalism. So on the right, capitalists have wanted it to lower wages, increase profits. On the left, people have wanted to do it for racial social justice. The majority of those people are not Jewish. The majority of those people are white.
Yeah.
Europeans, right now. So I think that pretty much covers. I think that, of course, the chat is getting terribly excited about that answer. The next one is, which is kind of related to, I guess, what you already said, is that, and this is very pervasive and deep, and I hear this all the time, the Jews actually explicitly want to corrupt European people. This goes all the way back from, you see references to the Talmud, you see references to rabbis and penises, you see references to the porn industry, but underneath it, underpinning it, is the fact that the Jews actually explicitly wish to corrupt the European, but maintain the sanctity of the Jewish person.
So this, for me, this is one of the most common misunderstandings about Judaism, Jews, and the influence of the Jewish religion over European culture. So to begin, the first place I think to begin is actually to look at what Judaism itself as a religion teaches, and it is far more conservative. So when ethno-nationalists, white supremacists, anti-Semites, whoever talk about the corruption, they're typically talking about the move from a more traditional society to a more progressive society that we're living in today. The Jewish religion is far closer to a conservative European Christian society than it is a modern progressive liberal society. If anyone picks up the Old Testament and reads the laws that Jews follow, you will recognize instantly that it is almost incompatible as a religion with modern progressivism. But I think that the deeper and the more considered response is to actually trace European society to its origins, and there's really two major influences on European thought, and that would be like Mediterranean, Greek, Roman culture, but then very regionally close to that region, Near Eastern, Middle Eastern, Israeli monotheistic culture. And so I would say the philosophical and the scientific approach that the European societies have, that traces its way back to the rationalism of Greece, of Athens. But then when you look at the moral backbone, the moral culture which has influenced Europe for thousands of years, and is the morality which the traditionalists are talking of going back to, that all traces its way back to basically the morality of the Old Testament and then the New Testament. And so Judaism has been, and the Jewish people, the ideas that we introduced to the world have been instrumental in shaping European civilization, as was Greek and Roman thought. And so this idea that Jews are corrupting Europe with their ideas, actually it's the opposite. The ideas that you want to go back to were influenced by Jews. And I think it would also be, it wouldn't be honest if I would also say that the progressive ideas, where the way that Europe has evolved, Jews are as involved in that as they are, as Europeans are. It's because Jews are Europeans. We've lived here for thousands of years now, and we have contributed to those societies, whatever they may be, whether it's capitalist. This is one of the interesting things about anti-Semitism, is whatever the society is against, they project onto the Jews. So under Nazi Germany, the Jews were the Bolsheviks. Under communists, the Jews were the capitalists. And so we're just projecting. But there's a little bit of truth in the sense that Jews were in all of these movements and contributing to these.
So the way I look at Joseph is quite different, but very, very similar in that, because I guess in our kind of analysis for the NRX is I look at, there was a pre-Christian culture, the Greeks, the Romans, and then there was the expansion through the New Testament that was built on the Old Testament. Obviously, we Christians hold Jews as the holders of the covenant, right, of Moses. And then that was pretty stable until the Enlightenment. you had hierarchical feudal societies, you had nuclear families, and then the Enlightenment, starting Locke, Hume, Bacon, actually as a European project, literally gives you the age of reason, and then European man loses God. As soon as the age of reason takes over from the age of faith, you get atomization, individualism, liberalism, freedom, which by and of itself is not necessarily bad, but it leads to this erosion where, if you contrast that to non-Enlightenment parts of the world, Islam, Hinduism, China, where they didn't have this modernity, they've retained traditionalism in its form of nuclear families, marriages, children. Like, no people, all Muslims will know this. Everyone from the East will know this. You stand up, you respect your grandparents. You'll call elders uncles and aunts, even if they're not related to you. You'll maintain traditional hierarchy, traditional values, because modernity was not allowed to penetrate. But when the Enlightenment happens, and then you can see that process through, that 200 years, and you get all the benefits of the Enlightenment, individualism, liberty, capitalism, you get an erosion that is, I think, tagged to the Jews only because they were great thinkers in the Enlightenment who were also Jewish. But Adam Smith wasn't Jewish, Locke was not Jewish, Hume was not Jewish, right? If you list all the key thinkers, they weren't Jewish, right? So you get this interesting balancing when something goes wrong with the Enlightenment and liberalism, because they may have been Jewish thinkers, the erosion is therefore pointed back. Whereas I would, or anyone from the East would look at Europe and go, no, your problem was when modernity and liberalism came and you gave up your traditionalism, right? You actually just voluntarily relinquished it. You traded it for an iPhone, right? You traded being not listening to your grandfather, for example, when he told you to sit down, right? You took individual freedom. So I think that one for me is very difficult to stick if you're actually sticking it on the Jews. I can't see it. I stick it flame. If you were to blame something, you'd be blaming the lack of faith, the loss of God, right? Right, and you see that, right? You see that in Eastern Europe. I've been to many churches in parts of the world. Eastern European churches, having missed large parts of the modern phase of modernity, still have traditional families. You see grandparents in church with their young children. So when people are, when they go through confession, you'll see the family unit together. If you go to church in the United States, you'll see far less atomic families. You go to in Europe, you see very isolated people at church. So you can see even within Christian culture, you can see the variation. If you go to an Ethiopian church or a South Indian church, no such thing. They're completely traditional nuclear families. You'll be going to church with your grandparents. You always go to church with your parents and grandparents. You didn't just wander off, but they didn't go without you. You went as a family unit to church. And then you did things with the family after church, right? And then, when you're little kids in those cultures, they get really upset when they're 6, 7, or 8 because they want to be free of all the obligations, right? I mean, as their children. But I can't see how that one is. I can't see how that one holds up. I see the problem with that is the double-edged sword of the Enlightenment, right? You can't say, hey, I love all the products of the Enlightenment, but I don't like these consequences of the Enlightenment, right?
And I think the other side is when you look at, because Jews have been so dispersed, if this was a Jewish conspiracy, we'd see it played out in the values and the contributions of Jews in, say, the Muslim world. And what we tend to find is the Jews reflect the society, Jewish values reflect the society that they're in, Jewish contributions reflect the societies that they're in. So if you take an American Jew today and contrast them to a Jew who's living in Israel from a Middle Eastern family, they are worlds apart. Politically, the Jew from Israel is more likely to be on the right. The Jewish family from America is more likely to be on the left. The things you described around traditional families, even how you refer to people. So there's a law in Judaism that you're not really supposed to refer to your parents by name. We call everyone uncle and auntie, similar to in India. And so that's not really played out in America, where it's often very difficult to differentiate an American progressive, religiously progressive Jewish family from an American progressive Christian family. They celebrate, even when it comes to like the celebrations, that you'll probably have a Hanukkah bush in America, or you possibly have a Hanukkah bush, which happens to fall around the same time as Christmas, and they give gifts, which is a Christmas tradition. So it's the whole thing more. And so if you look at Jews who are living in Muslim lands, through the Golden Ages in Al-Andalus and places like that, they contributed phenomenally to the philosophy there. So people like the Rambam, contributed massively to medicine and the advancement of healthcare. And so that's because that was what was happening in that society at the time. And that's why when communism swept through Eastern Europe, well, Germany and then Western Europe and then into Eastern Europe, Jews were swept up in those movements because they were looking for emancipation. They'd been downtrodden, and capitalism was another way out for Jews. Suddenly they were allowed into professions they'd been banned from, and so they contributed. And we do have a culture of learning, and we have a philosophy of work and contributing to society. So as soon as those ghetto walls came down, the Jews entered commerce. They entered the education and the arts and everything else, and we began contributing to society in ways we hadn't been able to for many centuries.
It's so funny because I have a good friend who's a member of parliament here in Berlin for the AfD, and he has introduced me, and I've been to many German fraternities. They're quite really old affairs German fraternities. And I met a Jewish German guy there, and he spoke of the time he was telling about his grandparents and great-grandparents, where they were not even allowed to part. The exclusion for Jews was very, very strict in Germany. It took a long time, he said, for my grandparent to be able to have dinner in the same place with the Germans. So even though there was no legal restrictions, there was a very strong cultural exclusion, right? And these are educated, highly educated Jewish families, very highly contributing, but the exclusion was very strong. And he said, as soon as my grandparent realized he could do so, he made sure all his generation's kids joined German fraternities to integrate, try to learn German folk songs, try to learn the German culture. And he said, still once in a while, there's still Germans looking, go, but you're not really German, right? You can't really appreciate the song. And he was like, at some point, there's a limit, he said, for a Jewish person in Germany. At some point, I just can't integrate enough. There's nothing I can do. I can't be more German before eventually they go, okay, that's it. You're not. And I think that you're talking about people 90%, 95% ethnically German. They're not even.
One of the interesting things is one of the things that came out. Judaism went through its own enlightenment called the Haskalah, which is when the progressive denominations of Judaism broke away from the conservative traditional denominations, and a lot of that happened in places like Germany. And one of the interesting things that came out of that movement in both the Orthodox and the progressive communities, there was a huge drive for German Jews to educate themselves in secular subjects. So you could be really, really devoutly religious, but it was just as important to get a very strong university education and immerse yourself in Europe, learning the masters of European civilization, from sciences to arts to everything. In contrast, the Jews from Eastern Europe went the other way. They made many of the Orthodox Jews made it was forbidden to learn secular subjects, and you could only learn religious subjects. And it was two ways of reacting to the persecution that the Jews experienced. One was to immerse yourself in a much more connected way with the society that you were living within, and the other was, this society doesn't want us here, it's persecuting us, let's kind of cut ourselves off. But the one which persisted really is we've lived in Europe. The Jewish people have lived in Europe for 2,000 years and longer than 2,000 years now, and we are as European as in the terms of the culturally, whereas European as we are Jewish. I mean, my first language, the language I speak, is English. I butcher the Hebrew language. The way I think, the values I have. My values are, despite being an Orthodox Jew, I read the Jewish scriptures through a liberal European Western mindset, through a lens, because I eat, sleep, and breathe Britishness rather than Jewishness or Israeli, because that's what most Jews are raised with. The shows, the media we consume, the books we read, that they're all English, and so
but that's expected, isn't it? And you get typical ones like, I think Real TV has been waiting patiently to have its comments. Right, 2,000 years and haven't built anything. So for me, I'm not white, I'm not Jewish. I mean, if I recited the European canon, it would be very difficult in any subject anywhere not to find Jewish contributions that are groundbreaking: physics, maths, poetry. So when people say 2,000 years and they haven't built anything, this computer wouldn't be working if it wasn't for Jewish people. If it wasn't for David Hilbert posing the Entscheidungsproblem, we would have no theoretical computer science. A Jewish mathematician posed the problem that made Alan Turing invent computer science. So when you say they haven't built anything, then for me there's an irony that beggars belief. And I guess
and it's another thing. I think
right?
it's ignorant, and it's also I mean, the one thing I like about anti-Semitism, it's a weird thing to say, but when you're Jewish, like you pick up any Jewish newspaper, I said this on a stream the other day, you pick up any Jewish newspaper, all you hear is like we're being persecuted, we're being slaughtered, there's been another massacre, there's the mullahs want to genocide us. It's really grim. You go on Mark Collett's stream or anything, and we literally control everything. We control the banks. We're so clever. It's actually really complimentary, but it's not true. And I do a stream with a good friend of mine over on the Israel Advocacy Movement. You should head over and watch us, subscribe. We welcome everybody, even you Nazis. Hopefully we can help some of you in the chat. But he's a painter decorator, my co-host. Is one of my other good Jewish friends is a carpenter. This idea that Jews don't build anything is like, if you're talking physically, we don't build anything with our hands. It's not true. If you actually go to Israel, it's like any other society. Jews are in construction. And if you're talking about build something meaningful to society, well, our contribution is we punch above our weight, which I'm very grateful for.
Yeah, but I think that's also ironic because it was only a couple of days ago with one of the chaps who came on that horrid stream. I was having it out with, I don't know, 20, 30 of them. Some of them are here in the chat tonight. And they were just would name Jewish people who've done anything. And I was literally, I was gobsmacked for a second. I was like, either one, you haven't read a book. Two, you don't know anything about European culture. Or three, you have no idea that almost all those important things are Jewish. Not just Jewish. Obviously, they would be a minority Jewish because the majority of people are Europeans. So you see European greats, but beside them at the peaks. And our good common friend, IC3, wonderful IC3, who does love trolling at different levels. His new troll is actually Jews are really the management. Mark Collett is right. They are the management. He says, look at Joseph Cohen. You couldn't get more European with blue eyes, red hair, white skin, right? And it's almost like playing into that silly trope, right? Which is quite. So that's covered that one, Joseph. Let's fly through. Obviously, the chat are getting really about. If you jump then from, so in my head, I distinguish, because I'm a bit autistic, Joseph, I have to model everything in particular ways in my head. I differentiate four things, and correct me if I'm wrong. I differentiate anti-Semitism as having a hatred, dislike, whatever you like, for Jews, the people, Judaism, the religion, Israel as a political entity, as a state, and then Zionism. And usually when I hear the arguments, they're just all over the shop, right? They keep flipping between the four. So let's go for some Israel ones. Israel has no right to exist. From people like No White Guilt all entered with the first comments like nuke Israel, right? I mean, these are apparently ethno-pluralists who want 14 for me and not for thee. So if you wanted 14 for everyone, then I assume you must stand with 14 for Israel, right? So Israel has no right to exist. I think that comes a lot from Muslims as well, right?
And again, I think there are certain groups that I think can say that. The main group being anarchists. If you are against all states, then fair play. If you're a globalist, an internationalist, you're a communist and you want to see a one world government or the people seizing the means of production, then mazel tov, you're not an anti-Semite. The difference is when you isolate out the Jewish state and you say, actually, I support an Italian state for the Italians. I support a Somali state for the Somali people. But then I don't. So I'm sure some of the ethno-nats in the chat. I support an English state for the English, or an Irish state for the Irish. If Keith Wood's watching, and yet you don't extend that same courtesy to the Jews. Then it does become okay. Well, there's a double standard that's being applied here. As you said, 14 definitely wouldn't go that way. If you're a Nazi and you held by the 14 words, then it makes sense. So it is possible to be against the
I consider nationalism as an ideology. So there's nationalism, be it civic or ethno-nationalism. Then there's the principle above it that's international, which is ethno-pluralism. So we have a problem. Nothing for myself that is not also for others, right? This is a Christian tenet for us, right? Nothing for myself that is not also for others. So if I want an ethno state, I should really be an ethno-pluralist. I should say, okay, my ethno-nation for me and for thee, for all of us, right? What we'd have, I see commonly, is the expression of the anti-Israel or anti-other state really is subterfuge for, actually, I want to slip in a hierarchy in there. Now, as soon as you want to slip in a hierarchy that's ethnic or racial, you're no longer a nationalist. You're actually a racial hierarchy. You are a form of a fascist, right? You're fundamentally looking for a racial or ethnic or cultural hegemony. So you no longer can label yourself strictly ideologically as a nationalist. And strictly ethno-pluralism would say, hey, for me, I can support that as a Christian. What I want for you, I want for me, and vice versa, right? If I have a state for England, you have a state for England, right? For Israel. But that's not what you see. I think you see specifically only Israel shouldn't have a state. They're silent on Burma. They're silent on Angola. They're silent on any part of the world. It's just Israel because the Jews are bad and they don't deserve a state. Despite the fact, correct me if I'm wrong, genetic records and artifacts, 3,400, 500, 800 years old now that we have audited in that those people called the Jews lived in that place, right?
I mean, it's even feasible that the Jews. The other thing I would add is most Jews don't see Israel as an ethno-religious state. We say Judah, while the state itself defines itself as Jewish in character in the same way that most nations have a character. So within the UK, the language that's spoken is English. The bank holidays revolve around the Christian festivals that the English people traditionally celebrated, or the British traditionally celebrated. The culture, the values of this nation. I don't care what anybody says, that Britain has values. There are British values. There's play. The minute you step outside of Britain, it's very apparent what British values are. And one of them, interestingly, has actually been quite a tolerant nation, which has always been the case. The British are a very tolerant people, which is why they gave my family sanctuary here. Granted my family sanctuary when they were fleeing persecution from different European societies. And the Jewish, when we say Israel is a Jewish state, we mean it has a Jewish culture. So the language that's spoken isn't English, it's Hebrew, which is the language that was spoken in that land for almost 1,500 years, when Jews were actually had self-determination there, and then for at least another 800 or certainly 500 years after that, until the Jews another 400 years after that, until the large major Jewish populations in that region were crushed by other empires. And so, but today, while the character of the state is Jewish, there is a huge minority population. Almost a quarter of the population isn't Jewish. And while it defines itself as Jewish, the Jewish people themselves are not a religion, in the sense that we're a people or a society, and anyone can join that society, but you have to come. There's two ways to be Jewish. One is you have a Jewish mother, which is there's an ethnic aspect to it, but it's the mother, not the father, which is another thing. If your father's Jewish but your mother isn't Jewish, you're not by Jewish law Jewish. The other way to join the Jewish people is to convert. And so just like somebody can immigrate to the UK and they take a citizenship test and they're granted a passport, however hard or easy that may be, then you're accepted by the British people and you become British in terms of your citizenship. And that's the same with Jewish. Anybody can become Jewish as long as the Jewish community accepts you in a formal conversion process. And therefore, anyone can move to Israel, but you have to either immigrate to the state as a non-Jew, convert and become Jewish and immigrate there, or be born of a Jewish mother and move there if you're not already an Israeli citizen. And so,
can I just tell you a little story? I have an old friend who's Jewish, and it's quite funny because he's quite a liberal sort of Jew. I mean, he's CEO of a software company, sort of high tech. Israel, lives in London and in Israel, and he's about as liberal and progressive as you can get. He's not orthodox. He's not observant. He feels guilty about it, right? Because his parents are, still giving him. But his brother is not progressive at all. His brother just doesn't like Arabs. He doesn't like, right? He's one of those Jewish people. And they're not like each other at all, Like they just are not at each other at all. My mate has friends are Palestinian, he has Arab friends, he has Muslim friends, and his brothers is I don't know how to put this politely. He's racist as hell to anyone who's Arab who's not Jewish. And I'm sure you know the tropes. So the idea that there's a monolith of everyone in Israel is like this is crazy because I've never met them all. They always pick a trope that says all Israelis are X. And I can tell you two brothers who I know who are just not like each other. I mean, I just don't get along with the other brother at all. I mean, right? And they're both Israeli.
So Tel Aviv is a very, very, very one of the most left-wing cities in the world, I'd imagine. And then you go over to Jerusalem, and it's one of the most conservative cities in the world. So you have a country where you can have the only Pride festival in the Middle East for LGBT people, and then you can also have the most conservative, like literally a stone's throw, the most conservative Jewish communities in the world. There's even within one of the sects in Israel, they even they covered their face, like the women, like a burqa. They're so, I mean, it's a very small sect, but that's how traditional that is. So in Tel Aviv, you'll have someone with no clothes on, virtually walking around the streets with a very left-wing progressive attitude, eating soy, being vegan as can be, and then not too far from there, you've got somebody who's got as strict a religion as the most fundamental of Islamic practices. And so, yeah, someone also just noticed in the chat said that it's not a religion, but you convert. And I'll just clarify one thing. If you are an atheist Jew, you're still Jewish, but you can't become an atheist Jew. So you can convert to the Jewish religion, and that's a way in if you're not join the Jewish people if you're not Jewish. But we are a people, and so anybody who is born of a Jewish mother is as Jewish as the most religious of rabbis. You don't. So that's what I meant when I said that it's not a religion. It isn't. The way I view the Jewish people is that the Torah, the Old Testament, is like our constitution. That's the foundational document that underpins our society and the values that even the most atheist of Jews have been influenced by. Okay, so Mr. Nice Guy Winky Face, you can have a state. You just can't steal one because your fairy tale book tells you it was yours 2,000 years ago. So it's really, Mr. Nice Guy Winky Face, it's really, really, really easy to refute this. If you go to any city, any street, any village in Israel, you will be steeped in archaeology, historical artifacts that are in Hebrew, that belong to the Jewish people. It's got nothing to do with whether you're religious or not religious. It's the archaeology is everywhere. In terms of the Jewish history, up until the Muslim conquest, which was in the 7th century of the region, 30 years before the conquest, the Jews established a kingdom there. So the last time the Jews had a kingdom in that region was just before the Islamic conquest. Jews have lived there continuously. We know that because the Jews were massacred by the Ottomans when the Ottomans conquered the land. They were massacred by various factions throughout the history of that region. We've got so much documented evidence that was always living there. The other side to that is, as far as the land goes, mandatory Palestine was awarded to the British after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, which was the empire that occupied the land. When the Ottomans fell and lost the territory, the British said, we were awarded the nation by the mandate, which included Jordan, Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. They were awarded that land on the condition that they establish a Jewish national home there. The first thing the British did a year later was give 78% of the land to the Arabs. What was left was meant to be a Jewish state. There was a civil war. The Arabs didn't want, they thought that giving the Jews 22% of the land was too much. And so they launched a civil war. And so the land was put forward as being partitioned further. And the small bit that was left was, again, supposed to be a Jewish state. And Israel said, fine, we'll take it. They declared independence on this tiny slither of land that's smaller than Wales. It wasn't enough. The 5 Arab armies then invaded. So it wasn't a case of Jews taking someone's land. We'd always lived there. And we were promised a much larger plot of land. And truthfully, in comparable to our size and the lands that we held in the Ottoman Empire, we should have had a much, much bigger territory than what we were awarded.
And just on the day, I mean, how old are the Ketef Himon scrolls? Like 400-500 BC? I mean, they're really strong artifact evidence that the Jewish people in Hebrew lived in that spot.
It's literally, it's continuous. They just turned up a seal from King David's city. Like, I would encourage everybody in the chat to visit Israel. It will be the one thing that will cure you of your anti-Semitism, because you will realize that everything that you think Jews and Israelis are, they're not. You might not like everything about the society or something like you. There'll be things that you absolutely love, but there'll be things that you don't like as well. But you'll realize that everything that you think happens there isn't the reality. And today you can get an EasyJet flight to Israel. You can immerse yourself in your Christian history, your Jewish Christian history, and you can walk through the same things that Jesus would have walked. You can visit the Mount of Olives. Next to the Mount of Olives, here's a great proof. On the Mount of Olives, there are thousands and thousands of Jews buried there. All the graves in Hebrew.
How much of that is almost just like primary school level ignorance, right? I mean, I don't understand that when you make the claim that the Jews are not from there, because my immediate question, like as a computer scientist, is, okay, you're right. Where are they from then? Exactly, they're not from there. I mean, are they from?
But the argument then would be that actually I'm indigenous to the UK, or maybe not the UK. Maybe I'm indigenous to Poland. But if you speak to any Pole, they'll tell you actually, the Poles are indigenous to Poland. The Jews came here, and actually, so my family probably came when King Kazimierz welcomed the Jews in because they were being persecuted elsewhere. What you tend to find with Jewish migrations in European areas is, as one nation turned up the violence and the persecution, another nation welcomed them in. And so that's how a lot of the Jews came to be in Poland, and I assume including my family. But I'm not indigenous to Poland, just like actually, it's not technically true. I am slightly indigenous to the UK because I have English and Irish ancestry as well as Jewish. But ignoring that, most Jews don't, and most Jews are not indigenous to the UK, although I'm slightly indigenous.
But again, you can even see from the chat, there's a lot of people, we'll open up the banner soon enough, that says, it's just basically, I mean, again, with the pressing amount of evidence, there's people who have a claim for land. Anyone around the Fertile Crescent who understands anything about the history of humanity would know Fertile Crescent, first civilization after the Ice Age. Those people are the people who really started your civilizations. I mean, everyone else then spread out everywhere, right? Post Ice Age. So that's just absurdity. No guilt, only pride, if it's who I believe it is. It's not even hate for us white. It's about the future of our people because they love our own and want the best for them. Okay, so this is, again, the anti-white bit. Let's just fly through the other ones very quickly. They've just discovered huge wineries, 15. Okay, yeah, we'll do the Palestine thing in a minute, but I'm sure, last time I checked, I think they were majority Hashemites from Jordan, but anyway, that's something completely different. Whoops, let's go to the next one there. So Israel has genocided the Palestinians. This is
one of my favorites.
I mean, you've killed the Palestinians to take the land. You got Theodore Herzl here. It's basically, you got the land because you did the Palestinians over.
So the Palestinian, if the Jews are as capable as you all seem to think we are, yet you're accusing us of a genocide of the Palestinians, well, we are the most incapable practitioners of genocide that have ever existed. I'll give you a few examples. The Palestinian population has grown year on year outside of it, so in the West Bank and Gaza. In Israel, so it just grows year on year on year. The death toll of Jews and Arabs killed in the conflict each year usually is around 100 to 200 people a year. It's very, very low when you compare it to other conflicts that are going on. 500,000 people killed in Syria in just 4 or 5 years. 1 million people killed in Iraq. We're talking a couple of 100 to 200 people killed in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's not a genocide. If you look at the Arabs who actually live in Israel, they have thrived. They've been around 20% of the population since 1948. They've consistently remained that size despite large waves of Jewish immigration into the country. They've still retained a 20% share of the population. On top of that, when it comes to the actual quality of the Arabs that live there, you have Arabs that have sent Jewish prime ministers and Jewish presidents to jail because they're the highest judges. The best performing group in education are Christian Arabs. They outperform Jewish religious Jews, religious Muslims. And so the idea that there's a genocide is just absurd. And I think that it shows where people get their news from. and it's not reputable sources because anybody who actually looks into the data, that looks into the conditions of the people that live there, it's very easy to refute the fact there's been a genocide. What about deicide? Yeah, it's again another chart. Oh, sorry, you're saying something, Ralph. You're on mute, Ralph.
I'm sorry. I remember, let me just quickly answer that one before Joseph does. I remember trolling Joseph. I think he was with Alexander, a couple of the people. I thought, why not troll him with Speaker's Corner? I said, you killed our Messiah. You killed Christ. And Joseph just winked at me and said, your Messiah. He was our mate. Right? So I think I'll answer you on that one. Right? So there you go. The deicide, right? The Christ killing, right? That's
the Christ killing one's one of the most interesting ones for me, because actually, if you actually look at who was the regional power in that region, it wasn't the Jews, it was the Romans. And the legacy of Rome, or the legacy of the Catholic Church, is the Roman Empire. That's where the Catholic Church comes from. If you actually want to point the fingers at who is responsible for killing Jesus, if he was killed in the way that you believe he was killed, then it wouldn't be the Jews, because the Jews weren't the power in that region. If you know anything about how that region was structured in terms of who controlled what, who influenced what, and who wielded the power there, it wasn't the Jewish people, it was the Roman Empire. Yeah. The Romans were.
Can I answer as a Christian in a very different way, because I answer this differently for different reasons altogether. And here's where you and I will disagree, because you will not accept the divinity of Christ, and I'm forced to ask you to invite you to the divinity of Christ. But no one killed Christ. God willed it. No Jew, no Roman, no anyone killed Christ. Christ came to die for our sins. So this idea, first of all, that he is the victim is just, for me, boggles the mind. He came to die because he came to die for our sins. Non-Christians don't seem to understand that fundamental tenet, and Christians get a little bit confused about that. The Lord came to die. I know Jewish people would disagree. It stops the Torah. No, but he came to die for our sins. He was not killed by any man, right? That's a Christian answer to that. But obviously, Christ killing is one of the old of the four. Israel is responsible. Oh, right, of course. Now we're still in Israel. One more for Israel. Israel is responsible for all the global wars. That's the white nationalists, and they love that one. So do Muslims, basically. They're just like, Israel is orchestrating global wars on behalf of the state of Israel.
And for what interest? This is the thing that throws me every time. The real reason wars are fought, by and large, are for economic reasons, or for imperial reasons. And so nations have their own foreign policy, which is to the benefit of that nation. And that can be, it doesn't just have to be war, that can be the actual relationships they establish. So if America invests aid in Taiwan, there's a reason for that. It's because they want to retain influence in that nation and actually prevent another nation from getting influence. So if you look at what's happening in Africa at the moment, the Chinese and the Americans are fighting for influence over China. How do they do that? Through investment. And wars are similar. Wars are fought for the interests of the nations that are engaged in them. There is no reason why the world's superpower would fight a war for some tiny little state. And to really hammer home that point, if that were the case, if the Israel had America under its thumb to the extent that it could send troops into different nations to fight wars for whatever reason, you think they'd be able to persuade the Americans to say, actually, we agree the West Bank belongs to Israel? Because that's Jerusalem is the
we might disagree on this point, Joseph, but I think there's another massive thing they miss. And I mean, you may disagree vehemently. We can argue about this. The majority of that formidable financial support is backed by Christian Zionists in the United States, not just Jews. Huge amount of Christian Zionist lobbies support the state of Israel. There are Christians who don't support the state of Israel, But the financial support, the infrastructure support, the visits to Israel, the commitment to the Holy Land are not Jewish things in the United States. They're Christian.
Completely agree. But I would say if you look at the Iraq War or the Afghanistan War, it's not Christian Zionists that are saying go fight these wars. It's Christian Zionists that are dying in those wars. Overwhelmingly, it's working class communities from the Bible Belt and everywhere else that go off and die in these wars, these tragic wars.
That's global power crops. That's a globalist crop war. But generally, I would say the support for the state of Israel is predominantly in the United States. It's not just Jewish. It's Christian Zionism, right? I know many families who they send their kids to holidays in Israel, and they're Christians. They've gone many times. They just love Jewish people. They love because it's connected to our eschatology, right? In many ways. So one thing, and this is back to the nationalists all here, how would the Israeli people respond to their government suddenly decided to demographically replace them? It's a very good question.
So I truthfully could never see this happening given how Israel came into existence. But to give you a little bit of context and history, Israel began as a very, very, very left-wing nation. It was more socialist than the communists in Russia. They had, as an example to show how socialist and left-wing it was, they had a concept called the kibbutz. On the kibbutz, your children were raised communally. There were some extreme instances where they didn't even know their own parents. It was just everything was so collectivized. And so this is how Israel started. It started very, very left-wing. And through its history, it's moved over to the right. For the first 30 years, I think it was only a Labour government, only a left-wing government. And what happened is that the country has moved to the right. Why? Because it reflects the will of the people and the parties that they vote into power. And so one of the things that I would say is that while many of the people in the chat will hold positions which are very critical of multiculturalism and diversity, the British people as a mass actually aren't in the same. That's not to say that they want mass migration into the borders, because every time the British people are polled, they want immigration, limitations on immigration. But in terms of the tolerance and the love for their neighbour, irrespective of who that neighbour may be, that's a very, very British value. And so what I would say is what the Israelis are have done very successfully is build a society where the governments tend to reflect the politics of the citizens. And I'd say that's something that maybe up until Brexit, the politics of the policies of the government hadn't really reflected as closely the politics of the people, and that's changed to a degree, and maybe it's lapsed a little bit, and it's quite a confused state. It's quite a confused state of affairs at the moment in the UK. But to come back to the question, I can't envisage a world where a nation that ensures the survival of a persecuted people would then look to change the demography so that wasn't the case. It's a reality I couldn't ever imagine happening.
A quick point on that, I think, is there are connected concepts, because the English people are legitimately, particularly English nationalists, concerned about demographic replacement, and rightfully so, and they should do something about it. The broader population, the data, 65-70% consistently have a problem with immigration, but they don't take the ethno-nationalist position. 65 to 70% from 40% in the last 15 years are lowering the standard of what it means to be English. So 70% of English people say you don't have to be white to be English. So progressive liberalism in England is saying that progressive slow shift forward is going there, though they're opposed to demographic replacement and immigration. They don't want to be demographically replaced, but they're not going to say I'm anti-black, anti-brown. So the data is confusing for ethnics. On one hand, these British people say, stop immigration too much, don't want to be replaced, want to preserve English culture, but they're not saying whites only, no non-whites, and white people in English. And ethno-nationalists have got to understand that differentiation, or if they don't adapt to the state of what the English people are saying, then they're not speaking for the English people, they're speaking at the English people.
I think most British citizens, or certainly anecdotally, the people that I come from a working class community up north, and I now live in a middle class community down south, as I think all of down south is largely middle class in comparison to where I come from.
I was going to say you have to have the last bit, right? Okay.
Yeah. I think the definition of British rarely today comes down to ethnicity. It's much more the culture and the values that person adopts. And I know that's not going to go down well with your child, but I think that's actually closer to Jewish as well, in the sense that Jews come in all different colors. We come in all different, like we come with different languages. We come from all different parts of the world. We're not unified by a skin pigment. While many of us share a common ancestry going back thousands of years, it's actually what unifies us is the culture. It's the collective experience. And I think that's one of the things that maybe the ethnats don't get, that the majority, and it's why they don't have representation in politics. It's why they're nowhere to be seen. Is most people don't define what being British is in the same way. And I know that's definitely going to be triggering some of your chat, but it's just
I don't need to quote the Gospel of John about the truth setting you free. The truth will be heard, whether you like it or not, chat. So, but you're absolutely right, because I consider it a misalignment over, if you imagine the trace of British historical right since Mosley, and then the last real champion is Enoch Powell. Since Enoch Powell, a total fail case by Nick Griffin, and the British right have disconnected, detached from what the British people are telling them. They're speaking at the British people. They're not speaking for the British people anymore. On the other hand, if they listened instead to the British people, consistent polling on immigration, consistent polling on threat to culture, consistent polling is solid, but their solutions tend to be, okay, whites only in England.
And the other aspect is that the society that they're wanting to build often isn't very British. So take someone like Colette, his favourite book is Mein Kampf. Many of them are taking a more socialist or a national socialist, or the Nazbol we spoke to the other day. These aren't British values. These aren't British political ideologies. These are quite alien to the British people. And so that's the other.
I don't know if they're alien, but I think there's almost no one in this island who will not remember one of their ancestors who died defeating the ideology. If that ideology ever tried to rear its head, it would be met physically and militarily with the force of the English people. The English people would actually use physical force to ensure National Socialism never rose, right? Lest we forget, the glory is dead, right? I mean, have you forgotten what you were a poppy for? It was so that ideology never went. It's nothing British about National Socialism and British fascism. And that's why it's never. But my point is deeper. English nationalism, in its form that has a balance between ethnicity, race, and values, is still currently the movement as we track it. The NRX people is coming to the end of its death cycle, of its second cycle, have completely lost track with what the British people are telling them. And this is very common with even right-wing populism. Right-wing populism tends to speak to the people. Left-wing populism tries to speak for the people. So we look at left-wing populist movements, I very familiar people like XR, the Greens in Germany. They're trying to speak with the people going, oh, we must save the planet, we must do things with climate change. Right-wing populism tends to tell the people what they should do. And the British right, unlike the European right, which I'm quite familiar with, have lost track of listening to what the people are telling them. They're not listening anymore. They're telling them, oh, if I say I want a 90% ethno-state, my ethno-state, and the English people, your English people, you want an ethno-state, telling you they don't want the same thing, then you're going to have to realize that you're not speaking for the English people anymore. You're speaking at them, right? You're just telling them what they should have, which is authoritarian, soft fascism, right? You're telling them, oh, if I was in power, there'd be an ethno-state, and all of you would like it. You would like the authoritarian state. And the English people are going, I don't want that at all. I'm not interested. I'm not buying your product, right? If you ask English people different questions, do you want to become a minority in your country? They vehemently say no. If you want to have mass immigration, they say no. If you say, do you want to remove black and brown people? They say no way. So they don't want to kick out black and brown people, but they don't want to be demographically replaced. So I think the ethno-nationalist movement's got itself in a kind of a cul-de-sac where either it adapts, evolves, or becomes irrelevant, right? Because the very same thing you don't want to see happen will happen sooner. Demographic replacement will happen quicker than you think, unless you adapt to evolve that. If you can't appeal to the average British person who's going to cheer for a black person scoring a goal with an England shirt, you're not going to win them over, right? Now, you might win over your little enclave, but that ethno-nationalist represents a tiny percentage of what the sentiment is. So let's just go one more, because I think the chat is just, raging at whoopsies at you and me and everyone, which is fantastic. Where's it gone? So let's share that. So genocide goal was, This came out all evening. Judaism is anti-Christian.
So this is the one where I'd say there is a degree of truth, but it's not true, if that makes sense. There's a kernel, and the kernel there is that Jews collectively have been persecuted in Christendom for many years. The overwhelming majority of Jews have no hostility to Christianity whatsoever. But I think there is an awareness from some Jews that there was the Inquisition, there was the Holocaust, there's been a lot of oppression. From a religious perspective, Judaism, because the formulation was Judaism. Judaism has no opinion on Christianity because it came after the sealing of the prophets, and it didn't really grow in size until the mission had already been basically sealed. And so the real definitive rulings on how Jews interact with other faiths doesn't really touch on Christianity because it wasn't really a thing. We weren't really that aware of it. So from a religious perspective, there are rabbis, and basically one of the most interesting things I find is the rabbis that came from Muslim societies tended to look at Christianity and said, because there's the Trinity, it's polytheism, and therefore it's like you can't go into a church because it's polytheistic. Then the rabbis who were living in Christian lands, arguably the ones who were closer to the Christian religion in terms of knowledge of it, they actually often ruled the other way, and they said, no, they're monotheists. Maybe they pray to Jesus, but they believe Jesus is one God, and it's not as problematic. They believe in our ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and so they're our brothers. We don't follow their religion, but they're related to us, and they're definitely not polytheists. And so you have this division on how Jews approach the religion. I tend to side with the side that sees Christians as monotheists, as our cousins, just like I see Muslims as our cousins. I think there are, theologically, there are issues with the Trinity from a theological perspective, but I think it's an insult to call that polytheism because I don't believe you're worshipping multiple gods. So I don't believe Christians are worshiping.
Never met a Christian that worships more than one God in my life.
And so I maybe I've been influenced because I live in a Christian land and not a Muslim land, and so I have a very positive view of Christians as good people.
Joseph, can I flip this when I speak to Christians who understand this, like, say, V in the chat, who said this very well? I'll flash his comment up once more. When I speak to priests of different denominations, right, because my missus is Catholic and I'm not Catholic, Protestant, and I've asked this question repeatedly, including a reverend who was recently in one of my streams. I'm like, what is our position in Judaism? And the two positions I hear again and again from priests, from vicars, is we must invite you to the Messiah and Christ. That's where obligation ends, to convince you that Christ is King. And we should do no harm to you or anything else to you. And any punishment you would mean of not accepting this is up to God and God alone and nothing to do with us. We are not allowed, from St. Augustine of Hippo, we are not allowed to give you a crusade where we offer you the book and then offer you the sword. This is prohibited. We offer you the book and then leave it in the hands of God. This is the Christian position. I've never met a priest, vicar in my life in any country who's ever told me that anything other than that applies, even under Justin Bellum or any just war doctrine. It's either the just war doctrine or holy war doctrine. We're not allowed to kill you if you don't accept the word of the Lord. We're allowed to suppress you, but we cannot harm you, because that would be violating the Old Testament and the New Testament.
So Judaism, we're not. So the Jews can't even suppress you. So
hey, now would be a great time for you to become a Christian tonight. But if you don't, hey, it's okay with me.
So within the Jewish teaching, we believe that you have an obligation as a non-Jew, just as a Jew has an obligation to live a moral life, and we believe that you're supposed to live virtuous lives, do good deeds, but you don't have to be Jewish. And so a Jew and a Christian or any other person that does good deeds has the same opportunities to go we call it Olam Haba, the world to come. You would call it heaven. You don't have to be Jewish, and we believe that you should set up courts, and the Jewish relationship to Christianity or to any other people is we want you to build great civilizations and live righteous lives and do good deeds and bring good to the world. And there's no obligation to be Jewish. If you want to be Jewish, Mazel Tov, it's not easy. No bacon, no various things. But we welcome anybody. It's a little difficult, but anyone can convert, but there's no obligation. And we're certainly not obligated or not instructed to suppress anyone. We're actually the opposite. We're encouraged to encourage others to build great civilizations and contribute to the creation.
So we have one more quick one before, a very quick one, because I know, Paul, other people would love to know. The last one is because of Israel as well. Zionism is considered itself illegitimate, and you're going to find this a lot. Theodore's been mentioned. They're going to mention everything from the Rothschilds funding it and everything else. The legitimacy of Zionism as the ideology, as a political theory.
So any nationalist, irrespective of what type of nationalist you are, ethno-civ, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Any nationalist should understand the right to self-determination for a people. So Jews, like any other people, have the right to self-determination. The only place where it's appropriate for us to express that self-determination is our ancestral homeland. Anywhere else would be unfair. And I'll give you some examples. So when the Zionist movement, which is the movement for national self-determination for the Jewish people, Jewish liberation, Jewish self-emancipation, when that really took off was with a thinker called Theodor Herzl at the end of the 19th century. He went to all the superpowers and tried to get their backing to establish a Jewish state in that region with the backing of a superpower. He spoke to the Turks, he spoke to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he spoke to the Germans, he spoke to the Russians, he spoke to everybody, he spoke to the British. And the British contemplated giving him a plot of land in the Sinai Peninsula called El Arish in Egypt. And the Egyptian government said no, and it was Joseph Chamberlain who offered it originally, or who thought about accommodating it, but it was turned down by the commissioner there in the British commissioner and the Egyptian government. So Joseph Chamberlain then offered him the Zionist movement to Herzl. He offered him a plot of land in Africa, in Kenya, which is called the Uganda Project. It was actually in Kenya, and Theodor Herzl took this to the Zionist Congress and said, look, we're being persecuted and massacred in places like Romania and Europe. We've finally got the opportunity for national liberation, for self-determination. We've been offered a plot of land in Kenya, and let's put it to the vote just to send out a mission to explore and research whether this is a suitable place for the Jews to establish a state. Just the vote to whether they should explore or not the matter, it was one of the most difficult thing for the Zionist community of that time to do. They actually voted in the end. I've forgotten the vote. They just wanted to send an expedition just to investigate. And there were Jews ripping their clothes and crying like they were entering a period of mourning. Why? Because the only natural place for Jews to establish a state, as they saw it, was in Israel, because that's where our ancestral home is. The expedition went, it fell through. They said, this isn't suitable, yada, yada, yada. And the movement, the next Congress said, the only place that Jews can re-establish their state where they can express self-determination, they voted that's Israel. And so the idea that it's illegitimate, this movement, which is born out of Jewish people wanting the right to self-determine in their own land, is absurd. We'd lived there for time immemorial, and
I'm going to let people in slight order because I don't want it to get chaotic at all. But I'm going to make my closing statement, and I'm not sure how to put this, and this might annoy people in the chat, right? I'm in Germany, I'm in Berlin, I'm close to what happened. The Jews that served the Germans, integrated in their society, fought on their side, died on their side in World War I, didn't save them. If you're an English nationalist and you want England, if you're a German nationalist, you want Germany, you cannot morally make the statement that the Jews should remain vulnerable to the other after the Holocaust. If you want to debate me on that single thesis, that the right of self-determination, the homeland of the Jews, is a moral position, I'll do a one-on-one with any of you all day long, because the Jewish people, what they went through shows them that they can never really, and don't take this wrong way, if I was a Jewish person or a Zionist or an advocate for just an Israeli secular Jew, I couldn't understand how I would ever trust another nation with my well-being after the show. I don't understand that. So I'm going to just do this incremental piece. I know I'm going two at a time, guys. I'm just going to Lewis on. He's a good lad. He's one of our breakers. And
Evening.
Paul Rimmer is a legend of the British nationalist movement for a very long time. And I'm going to take a super break because I know they'll both be super polite. And I'm going to do a biological break because I'm human. I should be right back. Paul, Lewis, Joseph.
I'm aware.
Joseph, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I obviously the Jews stole the land from the Arabs. I mean, that's not even contested. In 1900, there was maybe 4,000 Jews in Palestine, 400,000 Arabs. They had no claim to that land
at all. Where did you get your numbers from?
My numbers are from the Jews. There was a Jewish quarter in Jerusalem, and there was a few other small
the Jews were the majority population of Jerusalem since 1850.
That's a lie. That's an absurd lie. I've been to Jerusalem, spent time in Jerusalem. Three quarters of Jerusalem was Arab. It wasn't Muslim.
So if I bring up the stats, I'll bring up the stats for you. Bear with me.
Well, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Look, I mean, there was a guy. He was a Scouser.
I'm going to quote from you from the French.
Joseph, hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. It was a Scouser who founded Israel. Do you know that? Do you know who it was?
Go on.
Who was the Scouser who founded Israel?
You tell me, please.
His name is Herbert Samuel, who was the governor in the 1930s. Yeah. He was born in Liverpool, right? He wrote a book in 1915, The Future of Palestine. And he wrote the blueprint for the Jewish theft of Palestine. And he said that the most important thing was for the British Empire to take control of Palestine. Then the Jews could manipulate the British Empire to create a Jewish state in Palestine. But they needed the British power to be there to thwart any other groups. So it was a conspiracy from the off. I mean, it was financed by the Rothschilds, and it didn't start with Theodor Herzl. It started with the Zionist des Bundes, the Brit B'nai, you know them, the Jewish organization, Masonic organization. You probably remember.
Tell me about B'nai B'rith.
Yeah, but they started the investment in Palestine before Herzl and before the Zionists.
Okay,
it was a Rothschilds movement.
You're jumping around quite a lot, so let's just stick on one.
Yeah, because you've been saying that a lot of things which are historically incorrect.
Paul, it only works if we go one step at a time. So you can say something, I can respond to it, and then we can move on.
Well, I'm responding. You've had a big speech, but I'm just saying that some of the fundamental points that you seem to overlook,
So that's what I'm trying to get to, Paul. Paul, please.
Right, yeah, but hang on a second.
No, Paul.
Herbert Samuel, right? He advocated illegal immigration into Palestine when he was the governor. It was secret immigration. He said he deceived the Arabs. He said to them, "Look, we will not take your land. We will not allow the Jews to buy land in Palestine." But what he did, he enabled European companies to buy land in Palestine. These were Jewish companies. And then he brought in illegal immigration. The way the Jews destroyed the nation of Palestine was through illegal immigration.
Okay,
that's
so Paul,
the tactic they use, and they know that tactic works.
Paul, are you going to allow me to respond to it? At least let's pick up the first thing you said, because it's something I can objectively show that you're wrong. Yeah, and so this is in 1853. Yeah, so I said 1850s. I said Jews were the majority in Jerusalem. You said no, there weren't, mate. There were only 4,000 Jews in the 1900s. So 50 years before you said there were 8,000 Jews in Jerusalem and 4,000 Muslims. That's according to Caesar Famine, who was a French diplomat based in Jerusalem. The following year, the British The following year in 1854, the British consulate came out and said there were 8,000 Jews and 4,500 Muslims. So there's a 500 person different. The French say there were 4,500 Muslims. Sorry, 4,000.
Okay, make your point. I mean, I can dispute all these figures, but what's your point?
My point was you're wrong.
No, the point is, look, you're saying in 1853 there were only 12,000 Jews in the whole of Jerusalem, 12,000 people.
Paul, if this is a good faith argument, yeah, we're having a good faith debate. You present an opinion, I present a fact back to you. If my fact contradicts your opinion, then you accept, okay, I'm going to go away and have a look at that. That's not what I understood, but maybe you're right.
For me, I mean, because I'm a historian, right? Okay, Joseph.
Paul, what's your source? I've given you two sources, one of them British, one of them French. Neither have a vested interest in the
lies, damn lies, and statistics. I mean, a Jewish man said that, Israeli.
Paul,
let me answer that simple point, right? To say that the population of Jerusalem in 1853 was 12,000 is absurd. You're just limiting Jerusalem to the old city there. Of course, around Jerusalem there was at least 40,000 people in 1853. The overwhelming majority of those were Arabs, and most of them were actually Arab Christians, believe it or not Arab Muslims, but Arab Christians.
So again, Paul, you said there were 4,000 Jews in 1900. I've just given you 8,000 in 1850 in one city. Can you accept that you were wrong? Can you have the good faith to say I was wrong?
No, because I've looked at census figures of 1900, 1901.
I'm arguing with a ball.
Hang on, let me ask you this, Joseph. Let me ask you this simple question, right? Let me ask you this simple question. Were the Arabs the overwhelming population of Palestine in 1900? The overwhelming population of Palestine in 1900 was Arab, and the Jews were a tiny minority. That's the point. And you can use any deception you want to try and overturn that, Joseph. But it's the obvious truth, and everyone knows it.
You never said that.
Let's make that point now, then, explicitly. Let's make it explicitly.
I'd have agreed with you, Paul. If you'd have said,
I promise I'll
well, I thank you that you've agreed, because that's the point of the principle. That's the point I was making.
If you'd have opened and you'd have said, at the turn of the 19th century, Jews were a minority and the Arabs were the majority.
Tiny minority.
It's your definition, but fine. I would have agreed with you. I would have said, in the region that we would call Israel today, Jews were a minority. Yeah,
tiny minority. No argument. Outnumbered 100 to 1. Outnumbered 100 to 1.
No, not 100 to 1. Your stats are so appalling. This is the challenge when you educate yourself from Google. You go down some rabbit holes. And
Can I ask you, right? Have you read Herbert Samuel's book, The Future of Palestine, 1915? Have you read that book?
Which book?
Have you read that book?
I hate to interrupt just for a second. I don't mind. Can you just please take turns on you, because I know the audience won't be able to hear both of you, and both of you are worth hearing, right? So,
okay. Have you read the book Herbert Samuel, The Future of Palestine, 1915?
No, it's one of the few books I haven't, so I will read it.
Right, it's the key book on the foundation of Israel. It was the blueprint for the foundation of Israel. These are figures that he used. He acknowledged that the Jews were a tiny minority in Palestine. This was something the Jews had to overcome. And the way he said to overcome it was through getting Jewish investment into Palestine, buying land and then bringing in illegal immigrants. And that's what the Jews did. They stole the land. They had a strategy to steal the land from the Arabs. To deny that is to deny obvious history.
So just to break it down for a little bit easier, just also I want to make sure. I know a lot of people just want to gang up on Joseph, and I don't think that's fair. I mean, obviously, I like Paul and everyone here. Just Lewis as well. Evening, my man. I know it's not often you jump on, but I knew you wanted to jump on earlier. I just don't want 5 people, 6 people.
I usually don't get much time to hop on, so it's always a shame.
I know that's exactly why I take a good lad from to have a chat. Here you go, Joseph.
And I'll come back to you, Paul. I'll address your point.
I do apologise that I don't have a camera, but I have to share my room with my brother, and I don't want to incriminate my family's faces. So that's why I don't have a camera. So I apologise for that, Joseph. My concern, just as a first question, is I'm not aware of any apology that Israel has offered the United Kingdom and its armed forces regarding the King David Hotel bombing in the 1940s.
Perfect. Okay, so it's a good question. So most Zionists, most Israelis, myself included, do not look favorably upon the British in mandatory Palestine. Now, I'm not saying it justifies conflict between the British and the Zionists that were living in the region at the time. But for context, basically the British were given the mandate on the condition they establish a Jewish national home there, and from the League of Nations, and they did everything that they could to reverse that policy. The British, once they had the mandate, they did a U-turn at the beginning of the period, like the 1917, the early 20s. The British were looked very favorably upon the Jewish presence there. they did a turn and became far more Arabist in the 20s. And they became, people like Bevan much later became very, very pro-Arab, and they did everything that they could to block the creation of a Jewish state and the area.
This is absolutely absurd.
Paul,
what Joseph
can you learn,
is saying.
Paul,
it's
learn
just
some manners.
total fabrication. It's false history. It's a lie.
Manners.
And he gets a big platform to say it. Let me contradict everything he said there.
Paul, I'm quite happy to leave, mate. I'm quite happy to leave.
Paul, there's no. Paul, we can take turns. I want Lewis. Lewis address the question. We can take turns. No worries. I think Joseph's capable of handling the questions.
If you disagree with my facts, keep quiet, and then.
Yeah, but how long do you want to speak for, Joseph? I mean, are you just talking the whole debate?
Well, I was invited on the channel to speak, so I'm here to speak. If you don't want me on the channel to speak, I can leave.
No, let's keep it succinct so other people can express an opinion.
No,
but you want to monopolize the whole discussion.
We're not in Nazi Germany, Paul. You don't dictate how I speak. I will speak how I want to speak. I'm a guest on the show. I will be.
Okay, you just carry on then. It's your monologue. Away you go. It's your monologue.
Paul, it wasn't meant to be a debate. It was meant to be a conversation with Joseph, and I know a lot of people wanted to ask him questions. I think everyone has a chance to ask him questions, but Joseph was invited on so that we could ask him questions. Right? That was the point, as opposed to.
And if you genuinely, Paul, I'm very happy to log off and go to bed. Yeah. So if you don't like my answers, I'm happy to leave.
Right. I'm aware of what you've mentioned.
So sorry. I'll just finish my point, and then I'll say what's up. So what happened was in 1939, the British passed something called the White Paper, which locked Jewish immigration into the land at 10,000, while allowing mass Arab immigration into the land. So there was unfettered immigration from Arabs into the area. They were attracted by the economic opportunity that the Zionists and the British created by building up infrastructure and investing in the area, and they locked the Jews out. Why is this crucial? Why is this critical? Because this is just as the Germans were turning up the heat in Europe. And so as the Holocaust kicked off, the British
here we go.
I tell you what, Paul. I'm going to duck out of this, Ralph.
No, Joseph, that's fine. Paul, sorry, Paul.
Sorry,
Paul. No, Joseph, don't do that. Paul, we don't need to do this, mate. Seriously, there's no need for this at all, right? I mean, it's not meant to be like let's gang up on Joseph. I just want to.
We have a few other questions as well.
Yeah, I think George's going to come on in a second as well. So let's just let him go, Paul, and then I'm sure you can challenge them as you see fit. I'm just going to pull up the Churchill White Paper as you go, Joseph. Carry on.
And so, 1939 White Paper, limited immigration. So this is, I don't think it's the same as the Churchill White. It's the 1939 White Paper, and the paper limited Jewish immigration to 10,000 a year. So the Jews who were fighting for a homeland.
Can I come back now?
Sorry, who was that? Was that Paul or was that Lewis?
That was Paul.
Paul, can I come back?
No, because I'm talking to Lewis, Paul. You can wait your turn, mate.
But just
okay, you carry on, Joe.
Just let him finish, man, Paul. There's no rush.
I want to hear everything that he has to say, and then I want to.
Yeah,
and so the Jews saw themselves. So basically, you had the Haganah, which was the major Jewish paramilitary force in the region at the time, and they were around 30,000 strong. And then this is actually in 1948, but it was similar. It would have been smaller, but the same scale. Then you had the Irgun, which were 3,000, and then you had Lehi, which were a few hundred, so very small. And so Lehi, which was the smallest of the paramilitary groups, they decided that the Irgun as well decided that the only way that the Jews would be able to establish a state, escape persecution from the likes of the Nazis, was to basically counterattack against the British, who they believed were persecuting them. They were arresting them, locking them up, killing them. And so there was basically a war between armed Jewish militias and the British force. The King David Hotel was the military headquarters of the British in mandatory Palestine.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. And so I think both nations, truthfully, if I was to look at it objectively, I believe both nations should apologize. I believe there were civilians that were caught up in that bombing, even though it was hitting the British military infrastructure. There were civilians that were killed, and I think that's a tragedy in any conflict. I think any death is a tragedy. I'm not a pacifist, but I believe that I obviously believe in minimizing human casualties, as most people do. And so if it were to be for me, which it isn't, I'm in no power of I've got no influence over anyone. I would say it would be on both nations to apologize. The British for the thousands and thousands and thousands of Jews that could have been saved that weren't and were slaughtered because they locked the gates of mandatory Palestine to appease the Arab sensitivities. And I believe that the Israelis should, because there was like 90 people killed and 91. Sorry,
90.
Okay, Ralph, can I come back on those historical points now?
Regarding the
absolutely,
people
can I come back on those historical points that Joseph
made regarding the current state of what I've asked? There is that Israel currently has not provided an apology for this. Yes or no?
Yeah, no, they haven't, and the British haven't apologized for their role in the Holocaust.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay, can I come back on the historical points that Joseph made?
Absolutely, man. Go for it.
Okay, well, let's start with this point that somehow the British were given a mandate.
Evening, George. Hello.
Do you know when
some sort of mandate? Can I speak now? Given some sort of mandate over Palestine after the First World War. The British had conquered Palestine in 1917. General Allenby. We had complete control of that area. They had the Sykes-Picot Agreement to determine where the areas of control would be between the French and British. We didn't need a mandate from anybody. We weren't obliged to anybody. We went in and took control of this region and brought it into the British Empire. Now, we'd agreed in 1917 to allow the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. It was a completely cynical maneuver. It was to get the Jews of America to back the British campaign to get America into the First World War. This was about the defeat of Germany. And we realized that Jewish influence would be pivotal in getting the Americans in the war to defeat Germany. That's why we agreed to the Jewish homeland. But it wasn't a Jewish nation. It was a Jewish homeland. It was to be limited in area and power. Right? But that's not what the Jews intended, of course. They were looking forward to not only a Jewish nation, a homeland in Palestine or nation, but the complete control of Palestine. This is obvious from Herbert Samuel's book, The Future of Palestine, 1915. Herbert Samuel was the leader of the Jewish people. He became the governor of Palestine in the 1930s. His whole strategy was for the Jews to buy the land and then bring in mass illegal immigration to displace and replace the Arabs. It was hidden. It was a secret plan that he had. At the time he was enacting this plan, he kept up the illusion. He kept saying to the Arabs, we are not taking your land. We respect that you're the majority. We will protect your position within Palestine, because the Jews were only a tiny number in Palestine at this time. But they had the Rothschilds' money behind them, and they had Brit B'nai. They had the Jewish Masons behind them, and they determined before the Zionists to take control of Palestine completely. So the Jews began to enact a strategy to completely push the Arabs who've been there even before the Jews. I mean, the Jews can claim ancient control of Palestine, but the Arabs were there.
When was that date roughly? What period are you referring to? Because I'm not an expert.
Sorry?
What period?
Sorry, say that again.
What time? What dates are you referring to roughly? Just because I'm not.
Well, I'm looking at the period between 1915 and 1940.
So the collapse of the Ottoman before World War II. Okay, gotcha.
This is the period before the Second World War, when the Jews were enacting a strategy to take control of Palestine. But of course, the Arabs weren't fooled. They knew exactly what the Jews were up to, right? So they kicked back, and they kicked back hard because it was their land, and they'd been there for thousands of years themselves. They weren't just going to bow to the Jews. Now, the British were ruling Palestine, so they had to somehow act as the law enforcement in this area. But they'd already appointed Herbert Samuel as governor. They'd already had secret agreements with Rothschilds and the Jewish Masons to hand Palestine over to the Jews. So the British were playing the game as well, an imperial game. And the Arabs were being deceived by the British and by the Jewish governor to think that they would get a fair deal. They weren't getting a fair crack of the whip. The Jews are determined to kick out the Arabs, and they drove the Arabs out. And eventually, they built up such power in the land that they had the ability to dominate the Arabs and to stop the Arabs having sovereignty in their own territory. This was a theft. It was a theft of land. And the reason the Jews still control Israel now is because of military might. It's not because the Arabs are sort of conceded that, yeah, it's legitimate that the Jews are there. The Arabs know their land's being stolen, just as we know our land's being stolen through immigration, illegal immigration. Exactly the same strategy that was used in Palestine is being used on us.
Can I ask you just a few quick fire questions?
If I just interject briefly, so we're talking about the third aliyah, right? So we're talking about the third aliyah, right? 1919-1923, around 40,000 Jews arrived from Eastern Europe until 1948. Obviously, Joseph probably has more information, and it basically grew to about 90,000. Do we know how many Arabs were there?
Joseph? So it was over 440,000 Arabs in 1900. 440,000.
I don't know where Paul gets his stats from, but in 1882, the Ottomans took a census. It was the first census that was taken for of the region where they're able to assess how many people were there, and they found that there are around 270,000 Arabs living there in the region in 1882.
My figures were 270,000 Muslims and 130,000 Christian Arabs. Now the Jews had a slogan at the time, Joseph, and you'll be aware of this: an empty land, a people without a land, but a land without people. And they conned the world to believing that it was actually an empty land, Palestine. But it wasn't. So Paul, it was populated by Arabs.
Do you know who created that? Do you know who created that expression? Do you know what he actually said? Because you've misquoted the expression.
Yeah, but it was misquoted indefinitely in world politics from there on in.
So the expression in Hebrew is am. It was actually the coin was actually coined by a British Lord Shaftesbury.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, I know that. Shaftesbury was a Zionist, wasn't he? He was a Zionist.
Paul, what did Lord Shaftesbury say then, if you're aware of that?
Yeah, Lord Shaftesbury said a land without people for a people without land.
No, he didn't, Paul. See, you're lying. You're saying you know things that you actually don't.
That was the quote that was used at the League of Nations, the United Nations.
I asked you not about that quote. I asked you, did you know what Lord Shaftesbury said? And you said yes. And you don't.
This is what. Listen, I'm interested. I'm interested in what matters. I'm not interested in playing games of one-upmanship.
You threw up a fake quote, so I was just going to correct you.
Go on, correct me then. Say it.
So what he actually said, it's a land without a nation for a nation without a land. Now,
well, what it was misused after that because it was changed.
Please, Paul, please. Nobody was saying there's no people there. No one's saying there's no people there. Everyone was aware that there were Arabs living there. Like literally all the early Zionists, or many of them, visited the region. They spoke about their interactions with the people. If you'd read any of the books, I know you said you read Herbert Samuel's book. That's fine. I haven't read that book. But if you'd read Herzl, or
you'd read book, actually, Joseph.
Pardon?
Now the thing is, you just quoted that a land without a nation for a nation without a land, right? That was not the quote that was used over and over again as they justified the takeover of Palestine.
What's the Hebrew word? What's the Hebrew word for people?
I'm just going to interject because I don't want to get to. I want to be clean and calm because people have been looking forward to Joseph. So, Paul, let me help understand this right. So, you're making the claim that when the Jews came in the second or third year, there was a small number of them. Their population grew, and the Arabs already were a larger population, and therefore. The arrival of those Jews makes the claim on the state of Israel legitimate? Is that your actual point? That because the
Jews didn't belong. The Jews had no claim to Israel. The Arabs owned the land. They worked the land. It was their farmland. It was their towns. The Jews were aliens. They were foreigners moving in and taking other people's land, just like what's happening in Britain now.
So I'm really trying to understand, Paul, your argument. So you actually, because these were the Jews who had already moved, for example, mainly to Europe and everywhere else, as opposed to the Jews who had remained in Israel, what we call Israel today, right?
Well, that's a false dichotomy, really, Ralph, because these people haven't moved to Europe. I mean, the Jewish diaspora begins 2,000 years before. We're talking about a huge period of history. These were different people. They intermarried, the blood had intermingled.
You're wrong.
And the Jews that were actually there were a tiny number.
Paul, here I can actually educate you. Your facts are really, really bad. So you said the Jews hadn't been there for 2,000 years, yeah?
Joseph, you're very patronizing. Are you Jewish?
I know I'm very
you don't look like a Middle Eastern person to me. My point I'm making is the Jews had intermarried and intermixed with other races. It weren't the Jews that left 2,000 years previously. That's absurd.
Paul, they didn't leave 2,000 years earlier. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So,
well, at
you know,
1900, you were a tiny proportion of the population.
Give me a simple date, Paul. Give me a simple date. When did the Arabs conquer the land?
Listen, it's a process of time. The Arabs were there before the Jews.
No, Paul,
who were the Jews?
Paul.
The Jews are a Semitic people. The Semitic peoples include the Arabs.
Okay,
if you read
Paul,
the Bible, the Arabs are quoted in the Bible.
Please allow me to speak. Please allow me to speak. Try and calm.
Joseph, you keep claim of victim status. Is this your mentality where victims were victims?
Paul, my friend, Paul, with the deepest respect and affection, you're not letting Joseph answer his points. Just let him answer your points. I'm sure you can take the points one at a time, right?
So
Solomon,
you've probably heard of the Mishnah and the Talmud, yes, Paul?
Joseph, stop patronizing me, please.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you've heard of them. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but stop patronizing me.
The Mishnah was written in Israel. It was basically sealed 200
come on, I don't want a rambling history of Jewish literature. Let's keep to the point.
Okay, so you can quote your points, you can quote your facts, but the minute I bring fact, you whinge, you complain.
No, you like to ramble and take control of the conversation. Just make your point.
Seriously, Paul, I mean, and no disrespect, Paul, I think it's going to be a much better conversation if we just take turns. I mean, it's not about a question of ranting or rambling. I mean, all of us have questions for Joseph, and you have to have enough time to answer them. Right? I mean, that's it's just normal etiquette, isn't it? So,
I'll tell you what, I'll do something sensible. I won't ask you any questions, Paul. I'll just say my facts.
Well,
that's probably a better way to do it. So
let's make it simple. We've got Jordan on. Just take a heat of a good evening. Shalom, Jordan. I assume.
Shalom. That's all right. Hey there, guys. You're right.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Hey, Jordan.
Good evening, Joseph. Good evening, Paul. Good evening, Louis.
Your volume's a little low, dude.
Let me fix that up. Hold on a second. Any better?
And we have my good friend David and my chess opponent.
David, shalom aleichem.
Shalom, David. So
good to see you, Joseph. Keep up the great work.
I didn't want to.
Who would have known that Ralph would become the great defender of the Jews? I saw yesterday, God forbid, Handsome Truth. The interview I was on, Politically Provoked, and Handsome Truth. Probably now the worst anti-Semite in America, like going around like in real life protesting Jewish places, was saying how he used to be a liberal. He supported Bernie Sanders. He was a rapper, and he went the other way around. So people change over periods of time.
Hey, David, before George hits his question, I have a quick question, lightning question to David. Is it true, the rumor that you were in a heated debate where you actually said you were actually going to find someone and actually conduct a physical harm? But maybe do that later. Quickly for Jordan, though. Jordan's been lurking for a while. Jordan, evening.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is America. Like, it's not the same as the UK. So, like, God forbid, like I might, like, I would meet someone and fight them. Like, I'm not even an IDF, and like I'm more Haredi, but I'm not like violent. I wasn't threatening somebody, but the nature of these debates and American culture.
America's full of pussies. Come to England. But Jordan, you had a question for Joseph, yeah?
On that. No, I'm cool to cede my time to Lewis. To be honest, I had like more. Because I know you were waiting patiently, and we kind of got derailed a little bit there by the history and stuff. So I'm cool to, if you wanted to, like, you know.
George, we'd say that's real Derek Eretz. That's real. It's good behavior. That's admirable.
To anyone who doesn't know the chat, like, share, David. David does a weekly weekend review on really good topics on consciousness, brains, chemistry, and also sort of like fascinating stuff. So if you don't know who David's channel is, like, share, David, and be careful as you tread. He might fight you.
That's what we're supposed to be experts on. We got to talk like these issues. I was saying, like, Judaism, Torah, like, we're supposed to be experts on consciousness, what makes us tick, what's the origin and destination of the soul. Why do people do what we do? So I mean, it's related, like, why are people...
I couldn't agree more. I think God has given us the tools to explore these things. So we know.
I have another question for...
Yeah, get in there, Lewis.
Regarding the English population, what would be a decent trying to think now. A good way to measure what is an English person. There you go.
That was your question earlier for Joseph. I saw in the chat. Joseph, earlier in the chat, Lewis asked you made the claim there's a thing called British values. Yeah. And I got in the chat triggered.
British values, but what would be British value? Not your definition of British values, but what is or are British values?
I would say they are the collective values that that exist on this isles, that have originated from the people that come from this isles and that have spread throughout the world and made the world
those being.
So those being that, I would say they're not locked in time. So I would say they've evolved somewhat. If you were to look at British values 100 years ago, I would say they are much more linked around things like the family. There would have still been liberalism and democracy and the likes. Right. But I would say if you were to take a snapshot of what British values are today, I think what Ralph said earlier, they would have been watered down somewhat than what they were 100 years ago or even 50 years ago.
I can see how you would have that view, though I disagree regarding the fixed part, because I don't see how you can have a society without having some form of fixed point of orientation, that being ideally the morals, and that is what then informs the legal code. So you have to have something fixed to move around in society. Otherwise, it's just chaos. Everything's chaos.
I agree, and that would have been Christianity. But I would say as a nation, it's moved away from Christianity, which I think explains a lot of the fluidity of society today. But I'd say it's hard to say that while you can say the values of Britain are their origin, their genesis was from Christianity and from Anglo-Christianity. I think it's harder to say that's the case now with just like the churches being empty, except for the migrant communities that have come here. So I would ask, I'd maybe push it back to you, Lewis, because it's not my intention is to move to Israel. My intention is not to stay in the UK for the rest of my life. I'm invested.
I understand.
And so I think it's not my place to dictate.
If I may interject, Joseph, are you trying to make, because I know this quite well, are you trying to make the claim that really British values are the values that come from British people, or are you going to make the claim
it's because you know fully well that I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, no one's perfect.
Your morality is probably Christian, though, Lewis.
My morality is a blend of Christianity and pagan.
Yeah. But you, so I mean, I don't want to give you a hard time, man. But
it's all right.
Almost all the moral structures, with or without any of the 3 or 4 major models of morality, for England definitely and Western Europe, are predominantly values from Christianity. Or Judaism and Christianity.
I can see that, but there is I don't
so
see.
Let me give an example of pagans. For example, you don't kill, rape, murder. You don't worship trees. You don't worship inanimate objects.
A lot of that is just made up rubbish from the 1960s and 70s. From when
Can you give me an example of pagan values? Because I have to defend the faith. Can you give me an example of pagan values that are not Christian values that exist in Britain?
Well, I also just add one thing, Lewis. I like that you have like 1, 2, 3, 4 crosses in your profile picture, and you're
admit as many crosses as you can, mate. You know.
Okay, so that's a bit. So I would make the claim I would say that they're Christian values that are now, as Joseph points out, we are living in a post-Christian context. But even those liberal values come from Protestantism, and all the other post-Christian liberal progressive values are still traceable to Christian values, even though the people may not be practicing Christianity. It'll be very difficult for you to find the top 10, 15 European values that can all come from the Old and New Testament.
Can I add one thing? I say even wokeism is an expression of Christianity. It's people showing off their virtue and showing how virtuous they are. And puritanical. It's such a Christian society that even the progressives are super Christian in their philosophy and the way they look at the world.
So if I stress
Christianity emerges with Alfred the Great, really, and his defeat of the Vikings. And of course, he translated the Bible into Anglo-Saxon.
I think it's... Go on.
And see, we developed from there. I mean, it consolidated over time, got deeper and deeper, and it became who we were. I mean, so this goes on for 1,200 years. Now, after the Second World War, Americanization, or you could say Jewishization, whatever, Judaism, became dominant in the media and the education system, cultural Marxism, and it subverted our Christian heritage. and it's left us bereft, really. And now, see, if you're not a Christian, you're not English, because the English were created by the Bible and by the church.
I disagree with that completely.
There was no one there. Well, there was no English before the Bible and the church. Before then, we were a mixture of
people come from Germanic peoples, which come from Proto-Indo-Europeans, if you track it all the way back, which goes back.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the formation of the English, you know, the Anglo-Sin. It was created around Scripture, and then it was consolidated through the church.
That's wrong. The Anglo-Saxons come from
I don't think it's too far away, so Joseph remains relevant, because it was about, but we can have that debate separately, but I would challenge you. I think Paul is right. Even if you go from Bede and backwards from Bede, you will find when the second wave of Christians came from Rome, they already found English Christianity settled. So English history is inseparable from Christian history.
I also disagree with this, because again, after Alfred the Great, right, there was a slip back into pagan rituals and practices after him, after he died.
Who are you talking about?
I think we're waiting for the
Alfred the Great.
If you don't mind this, we can wait for the pagan Christian debate.
He unified England.
But I think Joseph still has the challenge there. I think, again, from Paul, is that perhaps an insinuation that either Judaism or Jewish power was responsible for progressive corruption. Is that right, Paul?
After 1945, with the American conquest of Europe, Western Europe, the Jews were given incredible power over our media, our education system, and our politics. And they introduced their own ideology of cultural Marxism, which is an attempt to destroy the Christian people.
Who gave them that power?
The Americans.
Which Americans?
Well, Roosevelt, of course, FDR, he was behind.
Why would Roosevelt give the Jews power over the media?
Well, the Jews had taken control of America in the 1920s.
The Jews were controlling Roosevelt, or Roosevelt was controlling the Jews?
Well, I mean, you could say Woodrow Wilson was the first president to be totally controlled by the Jews, but certainly FDR was.
How was he controlled by the Jews, Paul?
Well, do you know Leon Trotsky?
So is it the communists?
Yeah. Well, he left New York in 1917 to fight to develop the Russian Revolution. Now, the British intercepted him and knew exactly what he was going to do, so they put him in prison in Canada. But the American Jews, Jacob Schiff in New York, kicked up one hell of a fuss on the orders of Rothschilds, of course, and they got Trotsky released. Not only did they get Trotsky released, they gave him $20 million of credit to finance the Red Army. This was all New York Jews.
Which Rothschild was it that did that?
The Rothschild family, as you know, has many branches, but it has agents. Jacob Schiff. Hang on, Jacob Schiff was their leader in America. Was the man who
I just want to dig into your facts because I find it fascinating. I don't get to speak to many people like you. You probably don't get to speak to many Jews. I don't get to speak to many of your kind either. So I'm genuinely curious. Curious.
Just for a second. I'm sorry, Joseph. Who's this person? I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. Yahweh.
Jacob Schiff.
Hello.
I think it's a Christian guy. Are you the guy that wanted to come on my channel?
Oh, well, I got Claire pounding me with messages. She's wondering why her messages. I don't know if she's waiting, but
Ralph knows what he's saying.
Claire's not been around. We've given Claire many chances, but she is virulently anti-Christian. So she needs.
I have a question for Rimmer. Sorry.
Oh yes, thank you.
Because hey man, so you said that the Jews were in control of FDR, but if that's true, why didn't FDR welcome more Jewish immigrants trying to escape anti-Semitism in Germany? Didn't he close the borders to them?
Well, you see, every specific policy has a specific context. The overall context is this: the FDR was totally committed to the Americanization of Europe. He was totally committed to the American invasion of Western Europe.
All right.
He was
totally
committed.
This question, though, Paul.
Yeah, I kind of feel because if he's being controlled by the Jews,
you can nitpick little things like this, right? But the truth is there is an overall strategy, a grand strategy, and that's what we need to discern. That's the mistake Joseph as well. He's not making a mistake; it's a deliberate policy. He's ignoring the grand strategy of the Zionists to steal the land from the Arabs. You can just ignore the grand strategy of the Americans to dominate the Western world.
Rimmer, but like this policy allowed a lot of Jews to die. So I find that a bit strange that this guy's taking orders from like a cabal of like secret Jews, and then he wouldn't let any Jews enter America. He could have saved a lot of them from being rounded up and put into camps.
Like that doesn't politics has a moment, right? And in that moment, there are different forces at work. There's Congress at work. There's the president. This doesn't tell you much about the overall strategy, but it tells you who has the sort of the initiative at that moment. But the overall strategy is clear.
Second question, sorry. So like, no, wait.
One second before your history spread.
All right, cool.
I have a question for Paul, though, because I know you care about England, and I admire and respect the fact that you care. We're aligned on our feelings of what's necessary for England. Given that you have Joseph and David here, what would you propose or suggest that Jewish people in Britain or the Jews in Britain do to align with English Christian nationalist interests? What would you want to see someone like Joseph, not David as much because he's American? What would you have?
Well, I mean, I could apply the same question to Muslims. I mean, they have their own agenda. They have no interest in English nationalism. I mean, they have their own worldview, their own sort of tribal interest. They're not interested in us. I mean, if we have to rely on them to save us, we're finished. We have to assert our own interest, our own national interest. This is our nation, and it's been stolen off us.
Can I just build on that?
People like Joseph, for example, or even other, for example, people who are not, let's say, English Christians particularly, or let's say they're Zionists, i.e. they're Jewish or Israeli nationalists, do you think they don't have a place in England?
Well, look, I mean, in the American election recently, 82% of Jews voted for Biden. They have a political perspective. They are anti-patriotic. They are anti-sort of populist. I mean, they financed the whole steal against Trump. They led the whole steal. Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff. Then you got George Soros. You've got Mark Zuckerberg. You've got Sergey Brin. You've got all these powerful Jewish figures in the political and financial world who financed the steal and organized the steal of an American election. They did that because they despise patriotism.
But Paul, what I'm trying to ask you is a different question. Those are all problem statements in a problem domain. What would you suggest in the solution? Would you suggest, for example, we remove, let's say, voting or political rights, or remove people like Joseph, for example? I know he's going to Israel, but let's say someone who wasn't. Do you think they should have no political rights, maybe just civil rights, or do you believe people?
No, we must assert ourselves. I'm not really interested in these minority groups. If we assert ourselves, we can control our country again. The thing is, we've been confused, we've been misled, we've been deceived, we've been manipulated, and we need to clear our minds. So we just need people to have the courage to speak the truth, and for people to act on the truth.
So, Paul, I've got one quick question. You obviously don't want Jews in Israel. Sounds like you don't really want Jews in the UK. Where would you
That's not true, Joseph. That's not true.
Send them to the moon.
Yeah,
no,
disappear.
The Jews have the right to their own religion, but the Jews are involved in power conflicts. Should I take the Jewish side in power conflicts? No, I will take the side which I believe is right, as right on its side. I'm not interested in Judaism, Jews or Arabs. I'm interested in what is right and what is proper. I don't want things to be stolen.
So what's my place in this? I was born
I was just going to ask, for example, let's say, Paul, let's say Joseph didn't go back to Israel and he still wanted to practice Judaism, and let's say politically he chose to vote Labour. Do you think such people should not have voting rights? Or I'm just very curious.
No, I wouldn't deny human rights to anybody. But what I would say is this: stop using force to get your way. Stop manipulating the situation to get your way. If we are faced with people who are hostile to us, we must rise up against them and stop their tactics. I don't want to destroy anybody. I just want to assert English control over England or British control over Britain. So I want to assert our culture and our rights, which are being denied us.
Which Jews control England at the moment?
Right. You saying the Jews, what sort of power do you think the Jews have in finance around the world?
No, we're just stick, instead of going the world and America and Israel, just Britain. We're talking Britain, yeah?
No, we have Britain is just...
Paul,
okay.
Answer the question. Which Jews
control
Britain?
Joseph, let me answer the question, right? Britain is just a small part of a global world? Who controls the global system of finance? Who controls the global institutions? Right? When the United Nations was founded in New York, who was the first non-governmental organization to be given influence at the United Nations?
You don't believe in a God that runs the world?
Yeah, I believe in a God, and God is a God of justice, and he is a God of truth, and that's what we need to speak, truth.
So
Now, the first organization
God runs
to get
the world. You say God runs the world, or you think someone other than God runs the world?
No, I think obviously it's a spiritual battle. I mean, Satan has power. Satan is the prince of the air. Satan has his people, and they will try and destroy the godly.
That's your theology, that there's a separate power, Satan, that has power separate from God in order to wreak evil.
Yeah, but we know there's evil in the world. We know. I mean, we have mass abortion in Britain, right? We have the promotion of sexual perversion in Britain. We have the undermining of the British control of Britain. All these things are evil. Where's the source of these things? Where's the ideology that produces this evil?
Excuse me.
So I know Duvis is Jewish.
We are guilty for that.
So I'm just saying, I know Duvis is Jewish, but I know he's got a really great interest in lots of faiths like Hinduism, and we've spoken about things like consciousness. But he raises a good question. As Christians, Paul, should we believe that that God wills it, and therefore what's happening is always under the will of God? Or do we accept that a people, any people, Jews, Muslims, Chinese people, are running the world without God's will? Because that's an interesting theological position, isn't it?
It says in the Bible, right?
Everybody
God shows strength to those people who are committed to him. If we become a sinful nation, we don't have the strength that God wants to give us.
I agree with that.
Our sin cut us off from God.
But Paul, just
we left God. We hate God nowadays. We hate God nowadays. That's why we are being punished. It's amazing. If you check the good book, the Bible, God's punishment always precedes a mass immigration. Always. Go check it out. And it's what's happening to us Europeans because we left God. We started hating God. We do everything that it's opposite to God. Why shouldn't we be punished? We should not be also here. Oh, we are the poor ones. We are the poor ones. We are very guilty. We abandoned.
Yeah, but we must.
Now we are being punished.
Well, I mean,
I agree, but who led us into this unbelief? Why did we go from being a Christian nation to being an unbelieving nation? That's a change in the mind. Who got into our mind and gave us these alien concepts?
We take this as a Judeo belief.
We kept everything for 2,000 years. We kept everything in place while we followed the good book. We left the book. We are being punished, rightfully so.
Yeah, but who led us away from the book? Who was the false shepherd that took us away from God?
Hang on, Paul. Just let me speak to those points. Those points come up a lot because Joseph and I actually discussed it when he started. I believe if you compare Western Europe to Eastern Europe, and you see a clear difference, and compared to, say, India or very religious places or Muslim nations, it looks like the biggest reason England is weak and fallen, particularly, is because they've lost God. Now the question becomes, did someone make them lose God?
Yeah.
Right? Because the reason England's not rising is because it's not Christian.
Well, the Bible says clearly that
who was behind Marxism? Who was behind communism? Who was behind atheism? Who was behind this cultural Marxism? All the major figures were Jewish intellectuals. All of them.
Sorry, I mean,
for one Jew that you had doing that, you had 10,000 traitors of your own kind helping them. Why don't you speak about those traitors?
Yeah, but I intellectually disagree with Paul. I agree on lots of things. I intellectually disagree. I believe communism, Marxism were all downstream from liberalism. Without liberalism, you would never put Trotsky. So Marx is 1848, right? So Marx is 1848. Trotsky is 1920s, 30s. All of those depend on Marx. Marx is 1848, depending on Darwin. But they all depend on Locke and Hume. And all those Enlightenment thinkers, they weren't Jewish. They were European.
Sorry, Rimmer, can I ask a question? Who's a bigger
liberalism was really, if you argue deeply, liberalism is really a consequence of Protestantism. So if you go
Ralph, you should know this guy, the guy who came from Portugal to Holland, who was the Jewish philosopher. What was his name? Began with S.
Spinoza,
yeah. He was the father of liberalism.
No, but really, no, but deeper, Paul. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
I live in Portugal.
Actually, it goes to Martin Luther, and Martin Luther only happens because Galileo and Kepler challenged the supremacy of the Bible.
No, I disagree with that entirely, Ralph. I don't think that's theologically sound at all.
No, have you read any Spinoza?
Not theologically.
Yeah, I did a study on him. I forgot most of it, but I remember he was the birth of liberalism and challenging the sacred text.
The thing you remember about Spinoza was that he was Jewish.
Now, I'll tell you this about Spinoza, right? Spinoza challenged the divine nature of Scripture. He said it was not divine. This was the essence of liberalism.
No, but no, Paul. So hang on. Spinoza was very specific because of his views of a strange philosophical monism concept. But no. Intrinsically in the European canon is when Galileo and Kepler, for non-religious reasons.
No, that's scientific determinism, Ralph. That's not true.
No. When Galileo and Kepler, for non-religious reasons.
I think Spinoza was the central figure. Spinoza was the central figure in the development of liberalism.
You don't get Protestantism without.
It can't possibly be the other people, Ralph, because they're not Jewish. It has to be.
No, because right, okay, you develop it from there. Spinoza's undermining the sacred text. This is the
don't
key.
know any of Spinoza's ideas. You're like, he's the guy behind.
I know sufficient of Spinoza to know.
Not to take you too seriously when you don't even know his works and you're blaming him for all the ills in society. Forgive me.
Well, I could go to Karl Marx then, right? I know the works of Karl Marx, right? Karl Marx was his grandfather was a rabbi. He was inheritor of the Jewish tradition. He was married into the Phillips family in Holland, who were Jews. His whole philosophy was anti-Christian. He tried to undermine religion at every turn.
Paul, I think you're 80 to 100 years off, right? Spinoza comes in about 80 to almost 100 years after Kepler and Galileo.
Yeah, but why you put so much emphasis on scientific determinism?
I'll tell you exactly why, because it's the heart of my faith. Without Galileo and Kepler, the church is not challenged.
Spinoza, no, but Luther's challenge was rooted in Pauline doctrine. It wasn't rooted in any scientific revelation.
No, it was. Galileo and Kepler were because they broke the church's monopoly on the organization of the physical universe.
I have a question for Joseph again.
So liberalism.
Question.
Just to close this point, liberalism is an offshoot of Protestantism, my faith, which is a consequence of Galileo and Kepler being killed because they realized the planetary motion meant the Earth was not at the center of the universe. No one disputes that, right? And
that's a suggestion, Ralph. I don't think it's valid. I mean, you got Descartes. I mean, Descartes picked up on Spinoza, didn't he? Picked up on his ideas. René Descartes. I think, therefore, I am. I mean, rooted in individuals.
This is a critical point because otherwise my entire worldview of history falls off and I have to change my entire worldview. If I do the timeline of events, before Galileo and Kepler, the church is the only source of truth, and we don't have the age of reason. The age of reason only starts, the Luther comes much later, only because the age of reason allows Luther, Spinoza, and all the Enlightenment thinkers. So the church loses its authority when Galileo and Kepler say the planetary motion says the Bible is wrong.
Wait, so just to go, Spinoza is to Jews what Luther is to Christians, loosely speaking, because it's the same.
But listen, we have to root this in history, right? It's only post Second World War that this becomes a destructive nihilistic force.
No,
before the Second World War, our societies are essentially healthy.
Like, I'm going to be honest. I don't know enough about theology and philosophy to contend with you guys talking about things that happened thousands or in the case of Karl Marx, like hundreds of years ago.
Karl Marx is now.
I was born in 1991, and the country that I was born in looked fundamentally different to like the country that we're in now, right? So like if you look at Tony Blair's government of 1991, who let most of the immigrants in, I think it's fair to say
97 he come to power, Blair.
Sorry, I was born in 91, you're right, 97. I think it's fair to say that most of Tony Blair's government wasn't Jewish, right? But he did appoint a junior immigration
You might be wrong there. You might be wrong.
He did appoint a junior immigration minister called Barbara.
Have you heard of Peter Mandelson? You heard of Peter
or of course Jack Straw, or of course any of these other Blairite kind of. Yeah, I get it.
Christian Inquisition. But I think we
so.
jumping.
So no, what I'm saying is, if we don't have to go back as far as Spinoza, right? We can just look at the 90s when the floodgates were open, and we can see that there's definitely a strong Jewish influence. Barbara Roche, who was Tony Blair's junior immigration secretary, she now runs a not-for-profit organization called Migration Matters. They're actually funded by the City of London. She's one of many prominent Jews I can name who are activists in favor of migration. I think there's a trend in recent times that we could maybe observe that's more interesting without us talking about liberalism.
I think it's much easier than that, George. If I can just
sure.
So if you consider this, right, this person or these people that you've mentioned, right, they will be classified as elites. Yes.
I think if you're a junior minister, I think you're probably an elite.
So you're talking immigration. It's important because immigration is the single largest Jewish issue, polling-wise, in the UK and in the US.
When you say single largest Jewish issue, what does that mean?
It's not the single largest Jewish issue in the UK.
If you polled Jews about what issue matters most to us,
it's immigration.
It's immigration, and basically Jews that everywhere on the spectrum are more pro-immigration.
You're saying.
I mean, right-wing Jews. Right-wing Jews are
82% of Jews voted for Joseph Biden.
Even right-wing Jews are more pro-immigration.
Guys, we're going to take turns. I have to lower the number of people on the panel. We can't speak over each other. I think we're all meant to be civilized here, right? It's first world European stuff. Go on, Jordan. Just finish your mind.
Well, no, I'm asking David. So you're saying that because obviously if we're saying like 80% of Jews are left-leaning / liberal or progressive or liberal.
82% voted for Biden.
I'm saying immigration is across the spectrum. Even right-wing Jews are more pro-immigration than our right-wing counterparts. I mean, there's some anti-immigration Jews, but across the spectrum, like in America and the UK, the biggest difference between right-wing Jews and right-wing non-Jews is usually immigration. And the polling is very clear.
Which poll in the UK? So the polls that are put out in the UK by the Jewish Policy Research, largely they account for most of the polling of the British Jewish community. I don't believe there's ever been a poll that looks at Jewish sensitivities to immigration in the UK. As a community, we split 50-50 along the left-right divide. 50% typically vote Conservative, 50% typically vote Labour, with the exception of the latest election where the overwhelming majority of British Jews voted for the Conservative Party for obvious reasons. There were Jewish representatives in UKIP. They were very well represented in Brexit Party. So Jews in the UK, it's not what you're saying. Americans are different because American is a very progressive community. And Judaism in the UK, there is no reform movement. They're marginalized. The majority of Jews associate with traditional synagogue called the United Synagogue.
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that there's no reform Judaism in the UK?
It's a very, very small movement.
Anybody? No, one second. No.
Even
anybody listening right now, please go to a Google browser. Please hit maps, scroll over London, and type in progressive synagogue, liberal synagogue, reform synagogue.
I just said it's small.
You will see.
But Jordan, I'm older than you. Said you're born in 1991. I was in political protest before you're born. Are you telling me the 97 Blair government that opened the doors to mass migration was a Jewish project?
No, but not at all. But I'm telling you that you'd have to have your head buried in sand to deny the influence of certain high-profile Jewish actors in that government who clearly opened the doors or were involved in the opening of the doors. So,
what is more important?
What is more important
is that the hegemony of ideas came from.
Sorry, one second, Paul. Jews are overrepresented in Parliament, are they not? Anyway, to what percentage, I'm not sure, but they're certainly
1,004%. But
right, so Jews are 1,004%. Overrepresented in Parliament.
Absolutely, but they're overrepresented in anything where they excel at. So that's not. But there's deep fallacies in your logic.
But he's talking. You've got to focus on the ideology. Where did the ideology of open borders come from? Where did the ideology of globalization come from?
Guys, we're going to have to not interrupt anymore, please. Right, I'm asking nicely, very nicely. But no, Jordan, let me address your point. You're making a very deep logical fallacy. If I said the majority of the people who let in mass migration were tall, would you say tall people let in mass migration? So if Jack Straw was Jewish or some other MP was Jewish, are you saying being Jewish is letting in mass migration? Or is it because
as Joseph quite rightly pointed out, there's Jews all over the political spectrum. I'm not saying that but okay. Can we? I think when people, when you have high-profile, prominent people who have money, who have political influence, who create lobbying groups.
Yeah.
And it's not only do they do it because they might be politically left-wing and Jewish, but their ideology, one that is specifically Reform Judaism, liberal Judaism, one that Joseph says barely exists in the UK, right? Which is the ideology of many of these prominent Jewish people, is an ideology that is expressly for everything that goes along with progressivism and liberalism.
I'm going to let someone answer, but let me tell you again what the fallacious reasoning there is. And I'm on your side on what your goals are. For example, the fallacious reasoning is because Jews are progressive, and progressives want mass migration equals Jewish.
No, I'm not going full circle.
Okay.
I'm simply tracking it back. I'm simply tracking it back.
I'll keep it short and sharp, John. Would you agree mass migration is a progressive issue, not a Jewish issue?
Oh, I mean, look, arguably it goes deeper than that. But like what I'm saying is you guys were throwing it so far deep, so far back that we were talking about liberalism and this and the other. I'm saying just bring it forward and just look at who in today's world are bad actors. And in that group of bad actors, if I got this big network of globalists, I'm right, this BlackRock is connected to this hedge fund, is connected to this and this and this. And I just looked at all of the nefarious entities and I drew a little network. I'm sorry, Jews would be hideously
George, I was going to answer this, but I don't mean to.
Sorry, Luke.
I don't mean to rag on David, but he interrupted me when I was going to answer it. It was it's not his fault. Basically, a large number of the elites that you have that rule countries are in positions of power, whatever terms you want to use. They, for the most part, go to a set number of schools. These schools have a set of ideas that you could classify as being progressive, and as a result of this they all somewhat have similar ideas. However, they're not orientated to the same goals. They have their own agendas, their own ideas that they engage in from what they read, their own personal hobbies, all that other stuff, like any normal human. And so they appear to work towards the same goal, but they don't. This is just within the education.
I think that point in just a second, Lewis, but I just want to close Jordan's point up once more because I think it's incorrect. And it's nothing to do with Jews. If an ideology called progressivism, forget all-time history, let's start at the 1960s. Progressivism shows up eventually after the one generation of educated post-Marxist thinkers. If the ideology is progressive and it calls for mass migration, open borders, and it's practiced by predominantly white people and Jewish people, it's neither white nor Jewish. It's progressive, right?
Yeah, but there's a fallacy in this argument, Ralph, if I can just say this. There's a fallacy here that sort of Jewish power and Jewish influence, it cannot be stated and cannot be identified. And that it's always got to be understated.
That's different, mate. I mean, I spent 2.5 hours with Joseph on my stream a month or so ago after lots of noise. It took me 2.5 hours to slowly unpick Joseph's position on English nationalism. I don't think Joseph has a problem being asked or being, let's say, making a stand for whatever his principles or values are. My problem is not that. My problem is not noticing, as the author would say, Jewish power. My problem is if the analysis is incorrect.
Well, let's make the analysis then. First of all, let's start with the financial power that the Jews have. Their control of Wall Street and international finance, their control of big tech, their control of the media. It's obvious. It's huge, and the figures that emerge from that, like your Zuckerbergs and your Soros and your Sergey Brins, they use that financial wealth for political purposes.
I heard a lot of bankers are actually Irish. I mean, not all of them are Jewish. A good few of them are actually Irish.
May I just make a point here, Paul? You were complaining earlier on about the fact that. Hello everyone. Hello Joseph. Hello everyone. I just wanted to simply point out you were complaining about the Jewish presence of and their place in Israel and how they shouldn't effectively be there, at least certainly from your tonality, and yet you don't want them to be overrepresenting in certain aspects of British life. You see, the funny thing is, if you actually want the Jews not to interfere in your society, in your country, then wouldn't it be best for them to be all in Israel? And that way they wouldn't actually be interfering in your politics.
Can I answer this question?
That actually makes tons of sense.
The point is this, right? It's a global power. Israel is just one aspect of Jewish global power. The Jews have incredible influence in global finance and in global governance. And they could, also, of course, use Israel as a base for that. But they dictate and they buy our politicians. So, Boris Johnson, he takes orders from global players. I don't believe we've got freedom anymore. I think these people are being dictated to.
I absolutely 100%. I believe Boris Johnson, Keir Starmer, all the people who support globalization, all the people supporting the World Economic Forum, all the people supporting a single global world order are corrupted by the elites. I just don't see how that's Jewish.
Well, you've got to focus on New York. New York is the center of it because that's the center of global financial power. Who controls the financial power of New York?
I worked in banking for a long time. London and New York flip every year between each other.
Yeah, no one controls it. I mean, I worked on Wall Street. You have open markets. There's influence, and even if you accepted that like 30% of debt is owned by Jews or on the stock exchange, the number of seats owned by Jews on the stock exchange. I worked on Wall Street in a lot of office. Every single person who worked there was Jewish. I worked in places where every single employee was an Orthodox Jew, but no one controls Wall Street. There's open markets, and you have competition between Jews. And even if you put all the Jewish people together that were not, it's still maybe 30% of Wall Street. I mean, you could look up these numbers. You could look at the stock exchange and see who owns the seats. You could look at the billionaires. I mean, we know the numbers. You mentioned like Brin and Zuckerberg or half Jews or various things. And I mean, I would defend that and say that the interesting power versus influence, because money's not really power. Israel is not the center of Jewish banking power. Jewish banking power is more centered in London and New York. Israel has actual power, military power. Israel has, arms dealing. Israel, one of our main businesses, is selling weapons. I mean, there's a debate. I mean, saying like even to put it to Joseph. I mean, like, don't be a coward and give up your stake in London. We worked hard to have our influence in the London markets, and don't abandon your post and go to Israel because like we need you to defend our stake. In the London Stock Exchange.
We worked hard.
Yeah, but the truth is,
so I'm just going to have one point.
I have a question for Rimmer.
Can I just do one very quick thing?
I'll give it to you, Joe. Just one point. Jim is actually right, and I've worked at the most elite, the organization you would call the biggest bogeyman,
Goldman Sachs. You work for Goldman Sachs.
Produced enough of the Federal Reserve chairmans. Goldman Sachs has elite Jews in it, but Goldman Sachs has also elite non-Jews in it.
But Ralph, you're ignoring Ralph. The sonic power.
What's the percentage of Jews that work in Goldman Sachs? I mean, that because you've been there.
Does it matter?
Is it majority?
It doesn't matter. This is not the issue. The issue is what's the nature of their organized power.
These are all quantifiable. You could look at the stock ownership, the percent.
Look at the stock ownership. But to answer Tiger quickly, it's not the Jew that matters in Goldman Sachs. It's the level of elitism. The elite Indians, elite Russians, elite Jews. Goldman Sachs rewards elitism. If Jews are good at being elite, they will be rewarded.
But Ralph, you're ignoring Jewish Masonic power.
Of the stock?
The Sonistes Bundes, the Brit Brunei, the Sons of the Covenant. The Jews are organized. And like their organization goes beyond finance. It goes beyond
I'm saying, like, Joseph, we don't even really even
but it
like
manifests
each other.
itself in those forms.
Well, you know a lot about Jews.
We don't even really
I have
like
a question.
each other. We're both Jewish advocates.
I just want to come back to 2 points that were
Can
made.
Joseph wants to answer.
I think it's really, really important just because I like data, I like facts, I like to just. So first thing I'm just going to show you, because David was speaking about American Jewish voting trends. The UK voting trends are very different. I don't know how. Ralph, can I share two? Oh yeah, perfect. There we go. I did. There we go. So let me just share that. So this is UK. This is 2010. Ralph will probably be able to share it, I'm sure.
Yeah, if you let it through.
That's weird. It's. Wait there. I'm in the wrong browser. I'm going to rejoin on a different browser. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, in Britain, we didn't have a populist party. In America, they had a patriotic party. That's when the Jews mobilized against it.
So I'm just going to read out some stats. So in the UK, In the
well,
UK,
you know what, Joseph, if you put the link in the private chat, I can share.
So this will just show you the voting trends of the UK in 2010. You can get better ones that are more recent. And what you can see from I put the link in. You can see, yeah, it's 31% of UK Jews voted for Labour, 30% voted for Conservative, 11% for Lib Dems. This is in 2010, so it's out of date. And then the rest is other undecided. There's basically a 50-50 split amongst the Tory party and the Conservatives. And if you want to understand stats about the Jewish community, Jewish Policy Research is by far the best company for polling Jews in the UK. Here's a more recent poll, I think, again, by Jewish Policy Research, published by the Board of Deputies. And this gives the denomination of Jews. So you were saying that Jews were, so I put that link as well. But yes, you scroll down on the one, it's the blue graph or up. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Does it have immigration? Does it have a divided?
No, I've never seen a poll in the UK that polls Jewish attitudes on immigration. But anecdotally, my experience living in the community, being surrounded by both secular, Orthodox, and everything, is it's pretty much a 50-50 split. There are Jews that voted. Jews voted overwhelmingly for Remain in the UK. But that's probably more likely to do with economic reasons rather than immigration reasons. Whereas if you go up north,
Joseph,
I appreciate if you go up north, immigration played a much greater role.
It did.
And so
in America,
no,
Joseph,
the point is that the Jews are not a unified polity. They're left-wing Jews and right-wing Jews. That's
you're not answering my point. My point is on the right wing.
82% of Jews voted for Joe Biden.
Are more in favor of immigration than your average white wing
I'm saying, David,
Gentile.
What works for America?
That your right-wing British Jew
David, it doesn't apply. You talked about the US. I don't give a crap about
the US. If we could just cut through the bullshit, like Joseph said yesterday on a chat with the guy with the reactionary Jewish gentleman on his channel, the guy said that you were talking to. Forgive me, Joseph. Like, is it Gabriel? I forgot his name.
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Yeah. He said you have to admit, Joseph, that the average Brit who is Jewish, right, has 2 points more. He described it as an ethno-nationalism scale. It's a bit tricky way of explaining it. But he said in Israel they're a little bit more ethno-nationalist than they are in the UK, right? So he was acknowledging the gap there between how Jews and what you describe this phenomenon as I believe a Nazi, a far right wing talking point, nationalism for me, but not for thee. But I've never heard you dismiss this argument in any other way other than saying it's a far right wing talking point. I do believe that many Jews who do live in this country do practice a kind of dual citizenship, if you excuse the pun. And a good example of this is an article published in 2016 by, again, I'm going to probably butcher it, apologies for my pronunciation, Haaretz newspaper, who said that it's an increasing phenomenon of Jews from both the UK and the US leaving for Israel, notably many wealthy pedophiles, and they're doing this to escape charges because Israel currently still has no extradition laws to extradite criminals back to those countries.
So I don't know how old that article is, but that's not the case. There are extradition laws in place. One of the caveats Israel state has is they will.
2016. When were those extradition laws?
It's on Wikipedia. It's on Wikipedia.
Okay, I'll have a look into that.
And the only thing I was going to say is one of the conditions, agree with it or not agree with it, I think Israel says is that those Jews that are going to be extradited can be tried, etc., but they should serve their time in an Israeli prison. And one of the reasons people get out of that is they claim they're not mentally prepared, and there's big battles. And the reason you're reading it in an Israeli newspaper is Israelis and Jews around the world are outraged that people try and avoid and get away from
I'm sure there are many good Israelis who are outraged by that, Joseph. But I would entertain maybe the idea that the reason I'm reading it in a Jewish newspaper as opposed to a mainstream newspaper, although we could argue over how Jewish mainstream
can I explain that differently, though? Can I give you
because it wouldn't be allowed to be printed in a mainstream newspaper, Joseph.
Who would not let it be printed in a mainstream newspaper?
Owners, editors, etc. I think there's no need for that story. That story.
So Rupert Murdoch wouldn't. Why wouldn't someone like Rupert Murdoch allow a story like that to be printed?
I just don't feel like that would be good. I don't feel like that would fit his narrative editorially.
Why would? Is he saying it's not newsworthy for non-Jewish people, or Why wouldn't it suit his news narrative?
I think
the bottom line is Murdoch owns how many papers in the UK? I don't know, but a lot. And I didn't read it.
Wasn't there a situation in Cyprus where like Jewish footballers were arrested?
Yeah, there's a situation in Cyprus where some Israeli
that was all over mainstream
and young men, from as far as I can tell, raped a British girl. And it was a national outrage in Israel. It was a national outrage in here. Look, Israel has scumbags just like every other country.
Absolutely, yeah. Listen, Joseph, I want to make a couple of things.
I'm going to try to address this point. Sorry, Joel. I want to try to address this point to show you why that I don't believe that argument. Though I could have my mind changed. If you look at the Indian community, I know obviously really intimately across the world, the United States, Europe, any minority diasporic community feels less confident in a foreign land than it does at home.
Yeah, Ralph, many of the arguments I'm going to make...
Most conservative Indians I know are Stanford educated, Harvard educated, MIT educated, Oxford educated, will vote liberal left abroad. But when
the left is the home for minorities. I mean, that's obvious. All minorities' natural home is on the left.
Always vote. So the Jews vote progressively to the left when they're somewhere. I don't find that.
Well, all minorities' natural home is on the left.
Listen, Ralph, a lot of the arguments that I'm going to level at Joseph, I could quite easily level at Muslims and other groups. And listen, I'm not one of these people, as I've said time and time again, who believes that one single cabal of Jewish people is running the whole world. I just think that collectively, as lobbies, as influences, as pressure groups, for example, Jewish people, various types of Jewish people have a lot of different clout in different ways. And I think people who deny this are either silly or just trying to keep their heads down.
So let me ask you a follow-up question, John. Do you think they should, let's take two communities side by side to make sure the argument on the Indian community, Indian diaspora is very, very strong abroad, right?
Well, as Indians get more money within the UK and catch up to Jews and more political power and catch up to Jews.
Jordan, let me run my point before you run past. So the Indians are very, very powerful. Top in Oxbridge in England, top now at MIT, Harvard, dominate the cabinet. So their diasporic power is nepotistic, highly self-serving, highly connected as a community. It's just like the Jewish community. My question to you is this: should they not be that way?
Here's interesting. I don't think they should be that way here. No. But emphasis on the word here. Okay. Like, if we're, I mean, like, as it stands now, I'm a realist, and I understand that every group is going to act in their own self-interest.
So, do you think, for example, when the English go to Spain, for example, let's say occupy large parts of the Spanish coast, do you think they should not show in-group preference, bonding?
Well, this is exactly what I wanted to get into with Joseph, right? Because Joseph says, quite right, and I commend him for this, that he believes actually that if every people wants it, they should have the right to self-determination. Am I right, Joseph? That was the argument you made. But of course,
as long as it's not at the
expense. You need land for self-determination.
You need land. Of course, true, Paul. And of course, in the case of the British, you would say that most of them don't want it, right?
No, that's not true.
So I wouldn't express it like that, Jared. What I would say, I think the majority of British people today don't want to self-determine along the lines of ethno-English nationalism.
Right, like maybe under culture or more civic English nationalism. Group. Sure, understood.
Say, but as a British people, as
however that is defined today, wake up and decide that they wanted to identify that way, and then you believe they have a right to eject people or whatever.
As long as that comes to fruition in a humane way, yes, yeah,
right.
Yeah, I wouldn't object.
So there is actually a hypothetical situation in which you would support repatriation of non-British
No,
people.
so that's the thing. I wouldn't support
voluntary repatriation, as in giving you 25 grand to go home, or would you look at that as exploitation?
If everybody in Britain truthfully, I don't think most people would leave the UK for 25 grand. In the sense, the average salary in the UK is 25,000.
How many people have come here since the 90s who would be more than willing to return to their country of origin for such an enormous amount of money? So, Joseph, I just want to, before I let you go, because I'm conscious of the fact that there are other people who want to speak, a couple of quick questions just about you, so I can try and understand. Because, like I said, like I've tried to, I feel like I've been hideously misrepresented by you and by others commenting on our conversations previously, but less about me, more about you, if you understand what I mean. I just want to, so you're Jewish. Do you consider yourself Ashkenazi Jewish? Are you?
Yeah, so my ancestry is Ashkenazi Jewish, Irish, English would be the mixture.
What percentage Ashkenazi Jewish are you?
I 50%ish, 50%, yeah,
half and half, roughly.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Ashkenazi mum, English, Irish dad, something like that.
Without going too personal, but yeah. That just Ashkenazi 50-50 admin.
Okay, cool. No, just trying to get to the bottom of that. Okay. One thing is, to the best of your knowledge, does it say in the Talmud that Jesus is burning in a lake of excrement?
No. So the name Yeshua is a very common name in that period.
They were talking about a different Jesus. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, we don't know who it's talking about.
No, sure. And my last question, before I let you go. So you said obviously that all people deserve the right to self-determination, and you said that along national lines, i.e. the Israeli people, the British people, and believe it or not, I would support you there. I just think Israel is inconveniently located, shall we say.
No, Mark, I don't.
Do you think that people deserve that right on a smaller scale, perhaps on a town or city level? For example, if all the people of Liverpool decided they just wanted to be, Liverpudlian?
No.
It's a good question.
It holds true for you all the way down.
I think national identities are larger than a small locale. What makes up the culture of a society,
right? And
is
so
more
when
than
Jews have existed as a small locale, a diaspora in other people's societies for so long, a final question. What do you think the reason is that Jewish people have been ejected 109 times from European countries?
So which countries have they been ejected from 109 times? Again, it's another. Basically, it takes tiny little states and counts that same territory multiple times in different years. But what I can tell you why I believe Jews
either you have been persecuted terribly throughout history by Europeans, or you haven't, my man.
So I can. Sorry to interrupt once, but it's a litany of questions. But Jordan, I'm going to just add one question, tail of yours. I was watching the Vosh debate, and Vosh is white, non-Jewish, and progressive.
Mm-hmm.
And when you ask the question, do you want an ethno-state, an ethno-town? His value system says he does not believe you have the right to exclude others from where you live. And he's white and not Jewish. So what do you do with someone like Vosh, a progressive, who tells you, I'm white, I've got zero Jewish blood in you.
Absolutely,
and my value system says,
part of the problem.
You're not allowed to make a space that...
Here's the thing, Ralph. If there weren't minorities here...
No.
One second, Lewis. If there weren't minorities here in the levels that they are, people like Vosh would have no choice but to be liberal and progressive for other people of the same ethnicity as them. So they get people... What I'm saying is they're going to exist anyway. So it's
no, but that's not answering my question.
Well, Joseph didn't answer my question about 109.
What I'm saying is you can't speculate on what the world could be. The world currently, as is, has many, many Voshes. And what would you do if someone says, no, I'm English, I'm 100% English, I live here, and I don't want you to have a space in England that excludes other people?
Right. I know what you do with them.
I think many people would have that opinion, but that's why I asked Joseph, does he scale that idea down? Is he okay with Chinatown being for just Chinese people? Is he okay with China being for just Chinese people? My advice to Joseph would be, if you're going to be in the UK advocating for the existence, nationalism, and safety, and well-being of another country, maybe you should also advocate for those same things for the country that you are in.
So again, I would say so I'll respond to both your questions, or not you, but I'll respond to your question and your suggestion.
So one quick thing, Joseph, before you do it, you can. I've got the same guy that Northern Fash Phil trying to get, and I assume he should be excluded, right? I'm happy to.
I'm going to be up anyway. I just want to say thank you, Joseph. I know you think I'm a Nazi or whatever, but it's
no worries at all. But I'm just saying he keeps knocking the door. I'm happy to exclude him, Joseph, if you don't want to come on it.
So I'll just quickly respond to John. I'm fine speaking to anyone. I don't shy away from debate. So, George, to answer your question, why do I think Jews have been persecuted? The majority of persecution Jews have faced have been in either Christian or Muslim countries. I think it's more than anything got to do with the rejection of the Jews from their parent religion, the rejection of the Jews of these child religions that have come out of the Judeo faith. So Christianity was born out of Judaism. Almost literally, it was started by Jewish people, and Islam took Jewish ideas, Jewish practices, and repackaged them. And because the Jews rejected both Jesus and Muhammad, I think that created a degree of hostility, which was then coupled with the fact that Jews remained a separate nation within a nation, wherever they lived.
They're actually are Jews, in your opinion, Joseph, the first ever nation?
So are Jews the first
Jews the original, the first example of a real nation, if you know what
No, I wouldn't say they're the first example of a nation, but I'd say we were one of not the first, but we're one of the few that have retained a strong sense of peoplehood, despite being dispersed, and we've outlived much mightier and more powerful nations that have came and gone, and many of them tried to destroy us.
Yeah, and that's the important point, actually. Why have the Jews been so persistent over history? I mean, I think we're talking about a lot of red herrings here. We have to get to the essence of it. It's about Jewish organization. The Jews are organized in a unique way. Oh, Sizer.
Can I bring something up?
My quick answer to that was one.
And then I'll just finish the second point because he raised 2 points. So
I'd like to get off shortly. So if I can ask.
Okay, so I'll quickly finish George, Lewis, and then I'll come to your question. So, George, your second point was you recommended I support, or Jews, or Zionists support,
and everything that goes
English
with it, Joseph. Everything that goes with it. So, English people should be allowed, in your opinion, to be nepotistic, to do only business with themselves, to only kind of communicate and look out for each other.
I think one of the things that puts most Jews off supporting the ethno-nationalism, let's call it. Zionism isn't ethno-nationalism, but what you're advocating for is ethno-nationalism. And I think what puts most Jews off ethno-nationalism in the I think puts most Jews off ethno-nationalism in the UK are those that are advocating for it rather than the actual concept itself. The people who are advocating for it are people like Paul Rimmer, who clearly have a very, very big grudge with the Jewish people. It's a movement which is riddled with anti-Semites, but the concept, like the same Jews aren't opposed to, I mean, for instance, many, many, many left-wing Jews support the idea of a Palestinian state, which would be a state defined by along ethno-national lines, those that are of Arab descent in that region. And so the concept itself, Jews aren't opposed to, is more likely the people who are advocating for it and the ramifications of those people getting anywhere near the
white people who don't very much like Jews, right? So it's a case of like, you don't mind in principle people having their own state, you just don't want white people who don't like
white
Jews
people. I'm not saying white people. We do I'm saying with people like Paul Rimmer who harbor strong grudges against Jewish people.
Makes sense because you are Jewish.
Okay, guys. Jordan said he wanted to ask 2 questions 14 questions ago.
That was
you're right.
Before the next question, guys, I just want to build on what Joseph said very quickly. So here's Telegram. Let's go to the top active NAT groups for NATs. Here's BritTalk. Search. I've got a search filter for 7 days. Jew 84. Let's go to BritNat 2. Jew.
Can I offer a defense of my
Ralph,
group?
Are you saying that there isn't an IDF soldiers group chat somewhere where
can I give a defense of my group?
Hang on, guys.
Right.
Slide boy, why don't you?
Go into the high IQ ones, which are actually much higher IQ, not the ones. Jew, distributed stock, Jew, just quickly, because this is 1,790. So the thesis of this stream was, if anti-Semitism is actually pervading the ethnic community, then obviously Joseph's answer would be, why would Jews support something that's hostile to them? Right? Seems like a fair response. Is that
can I give a defense?
Because Joseph advocates for Israel. He doesn't necessarily advocate for Jews. It's like, if I advocate for Jews in America, it's like I support Israel, but I'm not advocating for Israel. If Joseph is in the situation, he's advocating for Israel, not necessarily the best interests of Jews in Britain, which could be, okay, I'm going to speak for Jews in America. I'm going to say immigration is factually our single most important issue. And so, okay, if I was advocating for Israel, I might try to walk that back because there's natural group conflict. There's group conflict between all peoples that's natural. And there's group conflict between diaspora Jews and Israeli Jews. I mean, immigration is the most common issue. And saying Joseph himself, he's going to abandon ship and move to Israel, saying you're no longer advocating for the interest of Jews in England. You're just going to abandon ship and move to Israel and let God forbid what happens to English Jews happen. Or you're going to stand up and advocate for the interest of Jews in Britain.
So I think we live in the most privileged generation. Both of our ancestors, David, prayed and prayed and prayed to be able to just step foot on the soil of Israel. And today we're blessed to live free from the tyranny of others as free men in our ancestral homeland. And I think it's a duty on every Jew. It's been an incredible privilege to have lived in this country, to have been granted the education and the freedoms and the liberty. It's shaped who I am today, and I have tremendous gratitude for this great nation. But as a Jewish person, I want to fulfill the dreams of every one of my forefathers and return home and be free of depending on. So let's say someone like Paul Rimmer were to come to power in the UK, it wouldn't bode well for the Jews. And I don't want to depend on whether I've got to be dependent on Boris Johnson or Paul Rimmer or anyone to ensure my survival and my security. I would
Joseph, to be fair, I can actually respect that because I can understand, like, history-wise where the animosity would come from, and I get what you're saying. But just to pick you up on one thing, it's not every single one of your forefathers.
No, that's not what my ancestors fought for. My ancestors fought for acceptance in America and success in America, and your ancestors too. I mean, maybe that's what the religion held. But saying, like, no, your ancestors wanted to move away from Israel to England and to be accepted and to thrive, and to say, like, no, you're besmirching your ancestors.
The issue is that you have been accepted. You've been accepted.
I mean, you're abandoning what your ancestors worked hard to go back to Israel.
The white over fucking hell, right? The point is,
Phil, you should be staying here and fighting these guys, not abandoning ship to go to Israel. You're just like, no, I'm British, I'm Jewish, and we're going to beat you here in Britain too. We're going to beat you.
All of the religious laws. There are so many religious laws. There are so many mitzvot that you cannot do here. A Jew's natural environment, from a religious perspective, is on the holy soil of Israel. It's not on the holy soil of the UK, as holy as Londonium is. It's not Israel.
I'm saying, like, your
it isn't good. It isn't good for the people. It isn't good for the people of England.
They preferred to aim for success in Britain. You're just going to abandon that because of a few haters.
No, but the point is,
no, we're going to keep on promoting immigration. That's our issue. That's important to us.
Yeah, but David, there is
I'm not going to abandon our importance of living immigration in order to get these guys to support Israel.
But David, there is a substantial demographic change that is taking place in Britain, and it is not favorable towards the Jewish people. I know a lot of Jewish people who are not even if they don't stay in Britain, even if they don't go to Israel, they're going to go to Eastern Europe because the demographics of Britain. Just look at the Labour Party right now. Labour Party has a massive anti-Semitism problem.
Immigration is generally our single most important issue.
We have to look at where this anti-Semitism.
If you polled your local Jews, including Orthodox Jews, certainly in America, you're a politician, you want to know what's important to your Jewish constituency, it's going to be immigration. I mean, there's going to be other issues and anti-Semitism and being safe, but immigration is right up there. And even though we might be the Muslims who do violence
I think there's an issue, and the issue is in England. I can't speak for other countries, but it seems to me, and this just seems to me, is that Jews have a position of privilege, be they working class or whatever, above normal white working class people. And that's where the anti-Semitism comes from, ultimately. Now, I don't believe Jews...
It doesn't matter where it comes. You just say there's natural group conflict. People are different. And
there's natural group conflict. There's natural group conflict. But
we have a role in money, whether we're privileged or not.
The issue is...
You say, okay, we don't have power, we have money. Can we turn money into power?
The issue is, right, is that I advocate, I'm a socialist, right? I believe that there are different groups in societies. There's different ethnic groups and different class groups. And I don't believe that you can cooperate with some of these groups. Like if I was to cooperate with a capitalist, be they white, Jewish, black, whatever, they're not going to have the same interests as a working class person. That's not going to happen.
Okay, by the way, would you cooperate with a black or brown working class person from your same town?
I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why.
Or would you rather pick a white upper class person?
Right, that's a false dichotomy, and I'll tell you why it's a false dichotomy.
A simple question: who would you pick if you had to pick?
It's a false dichotomy, and I'll explain why it's a false dichotomy. Okay. Right, it's a false dichotomy because white capitalists are never going to cooperate with the white working class. They may cooperate on some cultural issue, but in regards to economics, they're never going to really support each other. There's going to be that conflict. Black working class people, because they are part of the labor aristocracy, they're given degrees of privilege in the modern day England that white working class people don't have. If I was a black working class person in England right now, I probably would love this system, because this system is giving me preferential treatment in regards to access to education. It's given me a lot of representation in the media, etc., etc.
Okay,
White working class
I
people
understand,
really...
your response. Just make it short, John. So what you're therefore saying is that the right-angle dimensions of ethnicity and class cannot be separated.
They can't know this. It's like the Marxists are wrong in the sense that you can have loyalty with people just based on class lines, and capitalists are wrong where they believe you can just... Well, I'll actually say people like Mark Collett and people like Paul Rimmer.
So one quick question, Phil. One quick question.
Yeah?
So forget all of society. If you had to move to a town with your family, would you move to a town that was middle upper class white or working class non-white?
That's it's like a false dichotomy again. Because...
No, they're working class towns in England which are predominantly non-white, and then they're towns that are very, very upper middle class. Examples.
Yeah, but as a white working, see, it's a false dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy because as a white working class person, my interests are fundamentally different than a black working class person, and they're fundamentally different than a middle class.
But you see, you're ducking the question.
Or upper class white
in
person.
England, I could pick the top 5 with a bit of drilling quickly. Pick the top 5. Let's say 70% non-white, working class, and 70%, Surrey, Guildford Hills, very, very upper middle class. Which one would you pick?
Well, if I wanted to live a comfortable existence, of course I would live with in the upper class white area or middle class area. But that doesn't mean I ought to do it. Doesn't mean that doesn't mean that that's good for my nation, because I'm a nationalist. I also have a collectivist economic position where it's not always about me. It's about what's good for my people. I could abandon my people and say, hey, I'm going to live with Jeff Bezos in that sort of neighborhood and live it up in my big mansion. But because I'm a socialist and a nationalist...
The reason I asked you the question was 2 things: to differentiate the race versus class, and more importantly, given the opportunity to improve yourself in class, you would pick it.
Well, you got to play the game. You got to play the game of capitalism in the short term, to improve yourself. However, if we're talking about what's good for the nation, if I want to be conservative and I want to preserve my culture and my traditional way of living, then I've got to direct the economy towards social ends.
And one last question, Phil, before I let other people jump, because I got lots of messages after your last appearance and stuff. If you were prime minister tomorrow and you could kick out just one of the 3, would you kick out the Jews, the blacks, or the browns?
What the fuck? Well, that's a weird question to ask because it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't solve anything.
It's not solving it. Who would just instinctively, what would you pick out? Jews, blacks, or browns?
Jews, blacks, or browns? Well, because I'm working class, it's too hard to make that decision. Like the problem is that one, it doesn't solve anything. If I kicked out,
what is your instinct? What is your heart of hearts?
But Ralph, that is kind of a false choice. But it's kind of a false choice because it's the white liberals that are the most danger. The white liberal progressives are actually the more dangerous group.
Let me answer the question. He asked me the question, not you. Right. So the problem is that kicking out a certain ethnicity doesn't solve the problems in England. This is why I don't like people like Mark Collett, where they believe kick the Jews out and then we have a magical utopia where all the based white capitalists are like, thank you, Jews are gone, amazing.
Without a long-winded explanation, instinctively, can you answer the instinct?
It's a shit question. It's a shit question because it doesn't solve anything.
I'm not saying, but my proposition is not that the question solves anything. And it's not a shit question because you'd be able to answer it easily if it was a shit question.
Well, what if it is zero sum?
It is a shit question. It's a shit question.
What if it is factually zero sum?
Are you saying that the answer is obviously blacks? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, what if it is factually zero sum? Say
no, because let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. So, if I was just to live in your thought experiment where that would solve anything, like if I had to kick out an ethnicity, it's difficult because on one hand, Jews are, part of the labor aristocracy, but kicking them out doesn't mean they solve any problems. Blacks, they've got their problems with crime and stuff like that. Muslims, obviously, there's the same issue. They're all problems. They're all different sorts of problems. But also, I don't believe your question. I wouldn't do
so
that.
Basically,
not basically. Let me finish off. No, you hang on.
Phil, you don't get to dominate.
I need to finish
off. It's not a panel you get to dominate when I'm running it. You're
the one presenting shitty questions at false dichotomies.
Hang on.
Trying to fucking...
Just like, Phil, we will take turns. I wouldn't even blink booting him. When you ask Lister lots of questions to test moral ethics, virtue ethics, you had no problems asking series of bantam trolley type experiments. I'm asking you a simple experiment, and you're giving me lots of explanatory reasons, qualifying, but you won't answer the question.
Because it's a shit question.
Yeah,
that's why.
You characterize it that way, but so what you're saying is you can't answer the question.
I can answer the question. I'm trying to answer the question. Right. No, the problem is that you're trying to ask me a question where if I answer it in any way, I'm going to look bad. If I say I want to kick the blacks out,
he's saying there's a fourth position.
There's a fourth position. There's a fourth position, and this is the position, right? Instead of simply kicking out an ethnicity, right, and then claiming that solves the problem.
Okay, let me.
I want to radically change the way our economy is towards social.
Okay, that's great. We know you radically use the economy. I don't want to sermon you radically. Let me flip the question. It makes it easier, so you might not feel like you look bad. Like that's obviously a big thing for you.
Okay,
right?
go on then.
Who do you think, which of the three ethnicities does the most damage to your worldview model? Jews, blacks, or browns?
Jews, blacks, or browns? Who does the worst? What about white capitalists? What about just capitalists?
No. Again, you notice you can't answer simple questions.
Yeah, because they're bogus.
I can't answer. No, it's because it's a shit question.
I actually think he stumbled onto the answer. Then he stumbled onto the answer. He stumbled onto his own answer, and I think his issue is capitalism. And
it is capitalism. Do you know what? Do you know the biggest problem is? Right, if I was going to answer that question, right, here's a black pill for anyone watching. Right, I was a nationalist. Do you know who let the Jews in? White capitalists. Do you know who allowed all of this to happen?
Oliver Cromwell.
White capitalists. They all did this, right? So if you want to blame someone, you blame our own ancestors because they all fucking created this system and consented to it. That's a fact.
Anyway, so Philip, you're saying that of all the people you kick out, if you. Sorry, wait.
Joseph is
I would sleep like a fucking baby as I kick out the white fucking capitalists. I would sleep like a fucking baby.
We hear you, man.
All right, that's
we got Spiritual Mamza is someone I know from a different panel and stream. He's quite an interesting guy. I think he jumped on for a quick question to Joseph. He might have views on God's chosen people.
Interesting name.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of an ironic name, I have to say. I was just wondering about this 109 countries. So this guy who was talking about the 109 countries, can you name me maybe 15 countries that the Jews have been kicked out?
Can I name?
Yeah, he's asking me. Sorry, I'm just eating.
So the 109. I wonder maybe it can get some dates.
I could get some
multiple Spain. Okay, so which dates exactly? So like I always get.
I'm gonna have to go Google it.
Who let them back in every single time? Every time they were kicked out, who let them in?
Okay.
It's like trivia hour. Come on, let's have a conversation.
No,
Ralph, enough with the bogus questions, enough with the stupid trivia questions.
All right, dude.
They have a conversation.
You're Jewish. I've got a question for you. If you're Jewish, name every Jew. Name every Jew if you think you're Jewish.
No. If you're talking these talking points, so like what I'm trying to say. I want you to get some sort of historical perspective in Europe. So every other minority
was 109 times throughout history.
Chill out. Every minority in Europe was wiped out, including all the dissident Christian sects. So what do you think? Of course, Jews would be kicked out of many European countries. Of course, just like many pagans, many dissident Christian sects. What do you think? What remained of Protestant Europe? Were there pockets of Catholicism left there? Not many. So this is what happens with minorities and majorities. This is nothing particular to the Jews. Actually, the Jews were the people that were allowed to stay because they had the protection of the Catholic Church. The pagans didn't have that right at all. They were they were all wiped out. Where are the pagans now? Where are the heretics? Where are the Waldensians? Where are the Cathars? Where are these people? All wiped out. I mean, this is a dumb question for people who are historically illiterate.
So the Cathars are not an ethnic group, my friend. Okay.
Well,
yes,
they became assimilated.
Belief system. That was a
not that they didn't get wiped out; they were assimilated into the majority.
That broke away from mainstream Christianity. It has nothing to do with the Jews that are an outgroup. If you're a Cathar living in France, you're a French person practicing Catharism, don't twist it, man. Come on.
Yeah, so they weren't wiped out.
So
who
was talking? Shut up, dude. Who was talking in these terms?
You asked about 109 times. Actually, you know what? You were right. I was wrong. It's 359 times. Do you want the list? Starting in 1733 BC.
3,000.
Just give me the list. But why don't you let me talk?
I'll put the list in the back chat.
Okay. If you just want to ask questions and never answer them, that's fine. But that just shows me you don't have answers for anything, right?
Yeah, but
everyone wants to learn Talmud.
I think that's your problem with your right.
Everybody wants to test their Pimple School skills. Like Ralph,
if I was to be charitable,
dumb questions and saying like,
dude,
if I was to have a conversation on issues.
If I was to be charitable, I could say the reason why Jews were kicked out 109 times is because our own fucking people were greedy bastards, and every time it went tits up, they needed someone to scapegoat. So instead of taking the credit and saying,
there's actually a video game called Crusader Kings, and when you run out of money,
majority of time it was debt cancellation that precipitated that God forbid people borrowed too much money, and the Jews had held a substantial amount of the debt, and they couldn't afford to pay the debt, and rather than pay the debt, they killed us and kicked us out. And God forbid, there were many times there was during the Black Death and just pure scapegoating Jews. Ritual murder. But the majority of the time was actually debt cancellation.
What about all those saints? Just a question. What about all those saints, those little children that the Catholic Church made saints, that Vatican 2.0?
There's only like 12 of them through like 1,000 years of church history. There's less than like 20 cases of ritual murder accusations. I'm saying the Jews are going to deny every single one of them. But if you look through all the church records, there's only about 20 records of ritual murder, God forbid. Most of the expulsions were purely to do with debt cancellation. And saying it was a strategy. The reason it happened again and again, and a lot of times the Jews came right back in. They kicked us out because they couldn't afford to pay back the money they borrowed. And then after going bankrupt and having no money, needed to borrow money again, they invited us right back in. And God forbid, the cycle repeated again and again. Of the 109 times, like
you keep doing it. Instead of siding with us,
this is just accepting.
The other thing to add here,
you're just accepting anti-Semitic narratives.
I'm saying that we are history and finance, and it's a logical strategy. To God forbid, if you can't pay your debt, to kill the person you owe money to.
The other thing, just to add,
I'm not justifying
the Romans do that, but
it's just if you owe me money, you can't pay me back, that you might try to kill me, and saying like God forbid, that's just human nature.
Why wouldn't they expel only the individual? Why do they have to expel all the people? If it was
can I just add to this point? What many people are misunderstanding?
Why did they expel all the people?
What many people are misunderstanding here is that it's not a mass. Often it's a very small number of Jews. So, like in the UK, the Jews were exactly as described. There was a blood libel. There was a fake accusation that the Jews had killed a child. That was used to incite a pogrom, a riot. The Jews were massacred. But the reality, what was driving it was the cancellation of debt that was owed. At the time, one of the richest people in Britain was Jewish, and he was loaning money to nobility. And so
it was actually a woman. It was actually a woman. I mean, the richest person he passed away, and it was actually a woman. I think her name was Catherine, who was the richest person in London.
There was Jacob of Lincoln was one of the, but it doesn't matter anyway. What David's saying in this instance is kind of true here, but the community in the UK was tiny, and the Jews that were able to loan finance were very, very, very small. They were called court Jews. There was not many of them. The overwhelming majority of Jews throughout the ages have been impoverished, whether they were living in the Muslim world or living in Christendom.
That's not the case now, though. Like my issue is
it depends with you. The majority
well,
of Jews
is the
Israel.
case too. I'm saying like
no,
not all Jews are rich.
Wait. My argument is that right. So I don't, but I don't believe Jews control everything and they're like with conspiring to kill everyone or whatever. But I do believe that they are incredibly privileged and they are part of the labour aristocracy in England.
What is a labour aristocracy? Just so I understand.
I need to jump in there, Phil. What is the source of that power?
What do you mean? What's the source of that power?
So let me accept the proposition that Jews are actually powerful and really at the top of their game globally, locally, as diasporas. What do you believe the source of that power is? Is it their genetics, their culture, their religion?
No, it's not genetics. It's because the system. No, it isn't genetics. Like the reason why they're incredibly privileged in this system is because our system is obviously based on liberalism and multiculturalism nowadays. And because of the oppression narrative of what Jews have gone through, our system rewards them for that. And also because Jews engage in, cultural nepotism and they sort of have their own communities that are highly educated, our system gives them that privilege.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you a real
Jewish banking.
Sorry, a few people that can give real insight. I grew up in a white working class community, although I'm from a Jewish background. Okay. We were the only Jews in the village, and I then moved to a middle class Northwest London community where most people had a much better education and had were either religiously Jewish or culturally Jewish, which wasn't the case with my background. And one of the first things I observed was there was a real culture of learning and applying yourself, and the role models I grew up with in a white working class community and the things we got up to were very different to my wife and her friends and the people who grew up in the middle. And it's fascinating. Even something as simple as going to school. The school that my wife went to, they were taught how to do well in exams. The school I went to, I was taught to turn up. There's just it's just, and so the big
there's no investment.
It's not just a Jewish thing. So when you actually look at communities and how they perform, that you wanted to segment society, Chinese, Asian, Japanese outperform us. Indians do phenomenal. And so it's a cultural thing. And one of the biggest things that Britain suffers from on a working class level, I come from a working class culture, is there is no culture of learning and self-improvement.
Correct.
I agree with that.
The reason I asked that question, hang on a second. The reason I asked that question is, as part of this is anti-Semitism, etc., the right. The right, one of the foundational principles of the right is biological realism, race realism. Race produces, ethnicity produces genes that produce culture. It makes the English people special, the Chinese people special, and the alt-right goes on all day about race realism, except, and only except, hang on a second, when it comes to the Jews, when I asked the alt-right the question, have the Jews beaten white people because they have superior genetics, superior culture, superior faith, or superior tactics? This is the only
appealing to a majority?
This is the only case where the alt-right seem to forget that race realism is a double-edged sword. Isn't that fascinating? It is fascinating. Black people, the alt-right will tell you black people are aggressive, black people are violent because of their genes, white people are special because of their genes, other cultures are this for the genes, but the Jews...
Why are you talking about the alt-right? Like you're talking to me?
No, I'm just talking to the chat. But the Jews are the only people, ironically, excluded from the alt-right race realism. Isn't that?
Yeah, well, that's not me. Like, why are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Ralph? Like, Jews are one of the most dominant players.
Talking to me, and then it's like, well, let's see what other people think, and that's what other people think, and that's what you think.
Phil, you need to relax.
Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, I mean, Ralph, you're just completely inaccurate. I mean, maybe with the people you're arguing with online. I mean, certainly, like Amren in America, Jared Taylor of the original conference, 40% of the attendees were Jews, and the fact that 20% of Jews have blue eyes. Most people in the conferences, most white nationalists would include Joseph. They don't care that he's a Jew. They see his blue eyes, and they look
I'm not on the right. I'm a fucking left-wing nationalist.
Well, I'm saying Ralph is just inaccurate.
Yeah, I know.
Jews are
that.
extremely dominant on the alt-right, and saying Jews have the advantage of being white.
You stole especially our
as opposed to Indians and blacks and Muslims. 20%
about,
of Jews in the
someone
UK
asked me a
have
question
blue
of
eyes.
why Jews are the Labour aristocracy. I started to give a fucking answer.
I'm sorry, but it's just the screeching from Phil. He needs to show, what would the alt-right call it? Time to wait preference.
But he's on the left anyways.
Can I ask a question?
Genetic time to wait preference. Sorry, David, what were you saying?
Well, I mean, he's on the left anyways, but I was saying your point about the alt-right is inaccurate. I'm saying Joseph is the whitest person on this panel. Jord, is pretty white, and he's 1/8 Jewish. And like, if you look at we have been in Europe for over 1,000 years. There are millions and millions of probably British people that have 2 or 3% or more Ashkenazic Jewish blood, and just like in America, it's like that's one of the biggest issues of I wouldn't say the alt-right of like
these blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jews are going to get ethnically replaced as well. But like we could get into a whole thing about whether Ashkenazi Jews are even actually the Jews they claim to be. I don't want to.
Immigration. I think immigration is the main issue. In like merit-based immigration, most Republican Jews support things like merit-based immigration, as opposed to our counterpart on the far right would be opposed to things like merit-based immigration, and because just basic group strategy. Even though Joseph has blue eyes, he's not necessarily caring about the overall group strategy of the blue-eyed man, and that's what causes.
But David, I have a question.
You're saying there's a natural conflict. Would you rather be poorer and less educated and around people that are like yourself, or would you rather have the chance for more economic opportunity and education and multicultural? And a lot of people on the right, they say, I'd rather be around only my own. And most Republican Jews don't feel like that. They want advancement. They want economic and educational advancement. And we're a minority. That's always the issue. Like in America, like Bloomberg, merit-based immigration, Trump, Kushner, merit-based immigration, as opposed to Bannon. Is like, I don't care how smart you are. If you're Indian, we don't want you coming here and taking our jobs. And you're like, you might have a high IQ and you're going to be a good doctor.
But the source of anti-Semitism is from white people who disagree that Joseph is white.
Anti-Semitism is the smallest among white people of any people. The ADL survey, your average European in person, it's about 10%. In some Muslim countries, anti-Semitism is as high as like 70-80%.
Of anti-Semitism.
I mean, just the people that we argue with online is not. You're saying we have the most acceptance of anybody among Europeans.
So even just to build on that, in the UK, this that blew my mind when I discovered it. Muslims are more likely to deny or believe in Holocaust denial, different themes, statements, than people that identify as self-report as being very right-wing. And so the one group of people who have a vested interest to deny the Holocaust because it doesn't make them look too good is the far right. Yet the far right in the UK is less likely to deny the Holocaust than Muslims. The most anti-Semitic countries in the world today, unfortunately, are Muslim countries. They're not. They used to be huge populations.
Why is that?
But Joseph, when Zubida asked you, literally this time last week, Zubida asked you on her channel, she said, "What's the biggest threat to you, Muslims or the far right?" And you said
the far right. So George, let me just conclude that thought. And as I said to Zubida, most Muslims that I speak to, I can very, very quickly find common ground. We can build there. It's much easier from my experience to make peace with Muslims than it is to engage with. And I'm talking of the people on the very far right here, people who are like Nazbols and Nazis and the likes, because they're motivated by hatred of me, all the ills they see in society, they project onto me and the Jewish people. That's not the case with most Muslims. Most Muslims, while anti-Semitism is off the charts today, it wasn't always that way, and it's motivated.
Listen, that phenomenon you're talking about, a lot of black people that I know, they just project.
They are genetically your cousins. That's why you guys get along, because you have a genetic trait.
No, can I throw one more thing? I don't think it's about that. I think it's also about a power
something that you don't have with Europeans. In your case, Joseph, you have because you are mixed. But
it's also about a power relationship with Islam. Muslims feel very, Muslims I've spoken to around many Muslims in many different places, they feel very unjust, politically hard done by the West and Israel, but they're not actually Jew haters. whereas the white far right actually hate Jews deeply.
No, that's inaccurate. I would even Mark Collett, even these Nazis would probably get a beer.
David, you're wrong on this. They hate. You may not think that they hate you, but they hate you, and they hate Jews because we are Jews. Every ill that they think exists in society, they incorrectly attribute to Jews.
I think that's
just what they say in their theology.
I'm sure there are some people
saying, like, in America,
somewhere with like a red
almost
ball
90% of violence against Jews comes from blacks.
There's
almost no violence against Jews from the far right.
From the far right,
there's been a few shootings. God forbid
that's not true. There's literal shootings, David. There's literal. Most of the shootings that take place in America against the Jewish community come from the far right.
I mean, there was only one shooting like that in decades, and God forbid 10 people died. It was
the 3-year anniversary shootings in it.
Every day, God forbid, Jews get beat up by black people. Like, God forbid, it rarely happens.
Especially in New York.
And there's been shooting from black Israelites. And I'm not saying no, but I'm saying the majority of shootings of Jews in America, and there's been numerous, not just one.
I argue with these. I mean, one thing, we don't live in the same places. So I argued with Handsome Truth the other day. He's in Texas. Most of the neo-Nazis, I live in a majority African-American neighborhood. If you live in the Jewish area, there's very few white people there, period, let alone white nationalists. And they might have extreme beliefs. They might not want you in the country. There might have been, God forbid, in America, there's only been a handful of shooting. There has been a few crazy white people that went crazy and tried to kill us. But no, our day-to-day threat of violence comes almost exclusively from black people. And maybe in the UK, it's Muslims.
In the UK,
is it racially motivated, or is it just like regular crime? Or
Mark Collett would probably go to the bar. At the end of the day, Mark Collett would probably feel more comfortable with Joseph than he would with Ralph.
Demographic in America to commit violent crime.
And also, like, I've been arguing with these guys for years. I told Joseph, most of these guys have part Jewish blood. Most of these Jews that people I argue, I end up speaking to them. They tell me, like Jord. He's an 8th Jew. Christopher Ben Jerkness, he's a quarter Jewish, and it's probably, God forbid, that they try to have some sort of credibility by being anti-Jewish, that he wants to, God forbid, because they're trying to fit in with white people, that they try to add more credibility to themselves by being a self-hating Jew coming hard against us.
Joseph has a lot more experience about most of us with dealing with Muslims, and I've traveled large parts of the world in Muslim countries, large parts of the Middle East. All the times Muslims have problems with Jews I've met, it's usually problems with Israel and problems with politics. It tends rarely to be Jews are responsible for all the bad in the world, Jews are running the world, really? Jews are controlling. I find the white far right believe the Jews are fundamentally.
You don't know what you're talking about. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion is extremely popular in other countries, like in the Arab world, even in China and Korea. Like as many as like 1/3 of people believe and read the Protocols. Even like of the neo-Nazis of the far right, that's like 3-5% of the white population, the people that believe in the Protocols.
But David, can we just get past the kind of spurging and the semantics of like which group hates Jews more? Okay, there's a lot of anti-Semitism.
Well, you hate yourself. I'm saying you're a Jew. You're an 8th Jew.
No, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody.
It doesn't matter if you hate Jews. You're an 8th Jew anyways.
Yeah, but what is that like? What does that? That's what I'm saying. Like,
you can't. I mean, you could hate Jews.
Joseph, according to Joseph, I'm a Nazi. It really depends on what side of the fence you tend to be standing.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of partial.
Joseph made the ultimate fucking straw man argument, which was that all the far right.
There were 200,000 people with a quarter or more Jewish blood that were Nazis throughout the whole army. Yeah, there were a lot of people like you that, like you, but I'm saying that when it was in Nazi Germany, there were over 200,000 soldiers that were full-fledged Nazi soldiers that had a quarter or more Jewish blood.
Because he called me one 3 times on the last. He called me 3 times on the last stream.
Moses Mendelssohn had a great grandson that was a Nazi officer. Mendelssohn himself had like an 8th Jewish great grandson that was a high-ranking Nazi officer.
After Rockwell died, listen to this. After Rockwell died, there was a leader, and the next leader was a Jewish guy called Frank Collin. He was the leader of the American Nazi Party for 10 years, I think. Go look it up, Frank Collin.
The thing
God forbid, I've been doing this for a while, and all the time they're Jews. I mean, on the right wing, but because you're saying if they have blue eyes, they're more likely to be. If they're black, they're not so likely to be Jewish. But say if they have blue eyes, there's a decent chance that they're a Jew.
The thing that's frustrating me with this conversation, it frustrates me with all of these conversations, Joe, the reason why people like me, and I don't actually throw the term Nazi around, I don't throw the term Nazi at someone like Tommy Robinson or someone who is just on the right, and maybe I would say he's got anti-Muslim bigotry, he's got prejudice against Muslims, but I wouldn't describe Tommy Robinson as a Nazi. I wouldn't describe most of the people that people on the left describe as Nazis. Where I tend to use the term, rightly or wrongly, is in place of someone who's expressing anti-Semitic ideas. And I tend to levy that. I don't really focus on do you believe in the 25 points or anything like that? That's not my focus.
It means a different thing to you than what someone who might have studied ideology. I get exactly. That. But what I'm saying is that, Joseph, we're rapidly moving into a world where it's worse to be a Nazi than it is to be a pedophile. Now, I know that you probably have a different agreement of me on the order of those things. But in my worldview, Joseph, it's always going to be worse to be a pedophile than it is to be a Nazi.
So it's a silly question. Because
they're both ideologies built off of mental illness.
Joseph, when you throw that word around, that's what you're doing. You're putting someone in the same box on a level. That kind of level of accusation.
Can I just respond from a Jewish perspective? From a Jewish perspective, we're often told.
Could you respond from any other perspective?
I'll respond from my own perspective. From my perspective, we're often told that the term Nazi is thrown around and unjustly. And so what are we looking at? What am I looking at when I'm confronted with people on the far right who obsess over the Jewish people? They blame the Jewish people for all the ills in the world. They jump on a live stream and they ask about why we were thrown out of 109 countries. Can you explain? Actually, it wasn't 109. It was 350. Explain that, Jew boy. Explain why you were thrown out of 350 countries. And when people obsess, I certainly didn't call you 2 minutes, George. 2 minutes, George. I listen patiently to everyone else.
Okay.
And so, I reserve the right for someone who levies these type of questions at me, obsesses over my people, sees our hand behind many of the things they don't like in society. I reserve the right to call them a Nazi. If they don't like it, they can cope. But I will. Who else could
I'm not going to be losing any sleep over you calling me a Nazi.
I'm sure you won't. I don't
know how much National Socialist literature, philosophy you guys have read, but I think of a Nazi very strictly the way the National Socialists defined it. And what is a Nazi as opposed to a nationalist or just a racist? A Nazi, one, believes in a racial hierarchy. Two, believes the enemy of that racial hierarchy is the Jew. From Schmidt to every piece of writing defines a racial hierarchy to be a Nazi, and not just a racial hierarchy, and the enemy of that worldview is the Jew and no one else. If you believe those two things, races are hierarchical and the opposition to that worldview is the Jew behind it, you are a Nazi, according to National Socialist principles.
Yeah, it's why immigration is really the main issue to talk about, because
that's the ideological position.
Because the people who hold like that ideology of Nazism is very small, like a tiny percent, as opposed to the people who oppose immigration, who want to keep some sort of demographic character in the nation is relatively high. In America, it's a strategy to say if you oppose immigration, to say we're going to call you a Nazi.
You can want to stop the demographic replacement, maintain an ethnic majority. Sure, that would make you an ethno-nationalist. But if you also believe that your race is superior, and the third condition, that the thing stopping it is global Jewry, you are Nazi, not by Ralph standards, by every single piece of National Socialism.
Yeah, I'm saying these people seek me and Joseph out because that's what they do. That's what they believe. Because they see us online and they seek us out, but they're a tiny minorities. I'm talking about right-wing anti-Semitism is, generally more the immigration issue, and it's a known thing that Jews are generally pro-immigration. They don't think that we're controlling the banks or running the world, but that they know that we have some sort of financial influence.
Ralph is right that those people are they not just a loud vocal minority within the alt-right? They're not actually like
but
they're basically nothing.
Sorry, I would actually even dispute your claims about immigration. It's just not true to it. It's just not true.
It's not true.
If you look at the voting patterns of Jewish people. And I like to see your numbers because I know in the United States it's correct, but not in Europe. and not in Canada.
Yeah, I'm not expert in Europe.
No, but you shouldn't talk out of your ass. You shouldn't talk out of your ass if you don't know the numbers, David. Because this is a very serious accusation that you're leveling
against immigration.
I'm not levying it. I'm saying I'm an immigration activist. I go to synagogues.
Yeah, I know, but don't throw all the Jews under the bus with me, because you know how it is taken in these spheres.
He's being honest. No,
because he doesn't have the number
about it. No, half of
he
the
doesn't have the numbers. Do you have the numbers?
The reason
Do you have the numbers? Yes or no?
The reason that
can't the numbers.
We have
all the numbers in real time you want, but let me just very clear with the comment with Jordan. A Nazi for me, and Phil is a neo-Nazi. Mark Collette's a neo-Nazi. Half the alt-right Telegram channels are not just talking about immigration. They're talking about two things: racial superiority and the enemy of that being singularly the Jews. So if you ask what's a neo-Nazi, do the test. Do you believe white people are superior to all other races?
I would say it's the same in Europe
and
as
you believe
America.
That stopping the white race from succeeding, be it downstream immigration, cultural erosion, pornography, you're a Nazi.
I think that you have a very Americanized English version of the right, far right, whatever it is. When you look at Europe, most of the other countries in Europe, Germany, France, and so on, what you will find out is the biggest critique of the new right, for example, is liberalism. And everyone that participates in these various forms of liberalism as this enemy. This is not like an ethnic debate who is responsible for liberalism. It's the ideology in itself and all these outliers that comes with it, feminism and so on. So basically, this is more like a cultural war. One thing I found fascinating is, and I talked with Joseph about this before, is this victim hierarchy. And when it comes to anti-Semitism, for example, what I find also fascinating is when you look at the data and the German police recordings, right? 75% of the violent attacks come from a 5% to 6% Muslim population. 75%. That is a huge overrepresentation. The other 25% comes from left-wing and right-wing groups, right? So when you're talking about what is the physical danger for Jewish people right now, it is clearly Muslim. At least here in Germany. In America, yes, I agree with David, it is mostly black people. That is why they hide, right? They hide the footage whenever it comes to an anti-Semitic attack, which comes from another victim group, because they want to unite all these different ethnic groups under the term of people of color to unite them against white people. What? Okay? White people are the perpetrators, and everyone else is a victim of these enslavers, okay? That is why you will not find, and Joseph also participated in this, in underplaying the role of violent attacks and projected basically a future that might come out of right-wing ideologies. He's not concentrated on the here and now problem. He's focused more on what could happen when right-wing ideologies or whatever takes place, and that is dangerous for the Jews right now.
Okay, so what are you talking about, dude?
That's actually incorrect.
I'm sorry.
It was levied at me. 2 minutes. So America and the UK are very different. America, you have a growing trend, and when you're talking actual terrorism, where people ignoring crime, where someone's mugging someone, stealing their things, whatever, when it's an actual terror attack on a Jewish community, there's a rising black Hebrew Israelites who are increasingly racist and hostile to Jews. There was a shooting a couple of years ago, but the majority of shootings in America where people are going into Jewish community centers, Jewish restaurants, Jewish synagogues, whether it's Poway, whether it's Pittsburgh, whether it's being carried out by white supremacists, In Europe, it's different. In Europe, the overwhelming majority of terror attacks are coming from the Muslim community. They're not coming from white supremacy. And that's also reflected in the size of these movements in the respective countries and the focus, as you said, of these movements. I actually disagree with you. I don't think the focus is on, well, it is on immigration. It's on immigration and Islam, a combination of the two. And Jews have actually fallen further down the pecking order in Europe for white supremacists. They've set their eyes on a different target. But in America, where David's from, 100%, well, not 100, but the majority of terror attacks that are carried out there are not carried out by black people.
Why are you so focused on terror attacks? Terror attacks, first of all, comes mostly from lone wolves when it comes to white people, right? When it comes to Muslims, when it comes, when you're talking about overall murder, for example,
basically every day there's only
you shouldn't like
God forbid somebody gets killed or
children get killed. Incidents that happens every 5 years or something, right?
No.
You should focus on the actual. That would be like me saying, or when we're talking about Black Lives Matter, for example, right? They are focusing on the small police shootings, instead of looking at their own community, which is 92% of black people killing other black people, right? This is just stupid to focus on this minor issue. So, one thing I want to add to the Americans, because I'm also a little bit sick that we're only talking about anti-Semitism. When it comes to violent crimes on white people, what you will find out, for example, is that black people are attacking white people at a rate of 45 times than the other way around. So talking about threats, there's a lot of threats.
Can I say something about that?
If you look at the German
I just want to make a point.
All the reports on the German anti-Semitic attacks show the biggest source of them is online conspiracy theories against Jews. All the German reports, I've read the last 3 of them, they show, even if it's coming from the far right of Muslims, the source of it is online anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. That's the
what
German.
Do you mean?
German
what do you mean? So,
for example, the Jews run the banks.
I would not.
You hear that a lot from the Muslim community as well. Especially when it comes to the Rothschilds, you will realize that a lot of Muslims are speaking about it. It's not just the Palestine conflict.
No,
but let me ask you this: when have you last seen, like, for example, hundreds of Germans mobilizing on the streets against like Jews, right? You only see that within Muslim communities, and they are shouting like things.
Everyone, I think you misunderstood what I'm saying. Everyone, I think I'm not saying it's the Muslims versus the whites doing it. The reports share in both cases the source of the attack of Jews.
Yeah, but what you will then find
like
out
the
is that,
like the protocols of Elder of Zion, like Jews on the banks.
But what you will find out is that but then when it comes to the translation of the violent attacks, is that a tiny minority is right-wing violence, right? It is, as I said before, 75% comes from Muslim violence. So even though you might have a small minority of right-wingers here in Germany doing the stuff that it is more prevalent maybe in America, you will not find that this is translated in actual attacks on Jewish people.
Elron, like, are you trying to tell me that like the mainstream media aren't reporting when other minorities that are not white are attacking Jews? Or are you trying to say that they're underreporting it? Okay,
yes,
that's
they're
underreporting
it or doing it like a Feigenblatt.
No, that's absolute nonsense. When any black person says something about Jews, he gets in trouble. Like Nick Cannon, Riley,
every single day.
David, somebody was talking.
I'll give some real examples here.
Sorry, David, can I make a point? Because I've been silent for
every
most of this live
Jews
stream,
get beat up, God forbid, basically every day.
Stop the
it's
spurt,
published
please.
in the Jewish periodicals,
David,
the regular newspapers.
Somebody midway.
Okay, but one thing I will say about the whole like
Jewish
black people,
Joseph, you don't see Jews getting beat up, God forbid.
Sorry, David,
every day.
David,
sorry.
Could just chill out.
Okay, so like the thing is with the whole black people like and the whole attacking Jews is like I very much doubt that it's an actual like these are anti-Semitically like racially motivated attacks. These are criminals committing crime. They're more likely to attack other black people. No, I understand like you got the Hebrew Israelite group and but you know the Hebrew Israelites they fucking hate me. I've had several run-ins with those arseholes and
they're not
those guys are a bunch of dicks. Now
But isn't that interesting? They are reading Jewish scriptures, yet they are so violent. So what about this propaganda that they are reading, which is Jewish scripture, which makes them more violent? Makes them more violent.
Look, people are violent regardless of what
we can play this game, which is basically, you know, the term for it. It is stochastic terrorism. That's the term for it. That means you incite violence by dehumanizing people, right? And then actions will later come with this dehumanization process.
I mean, if you look at the statistics, you mean actual murder, you're saying like, no, I mean, like, thank God there hasn't been that many Jews that have been murdered. But in the U.S., of Jews that were murdered, especially with the Tree of Life, it's going to come from far-wing whites. But if you're talking just getting beat up, muggings, robbings, and in Europe, probably the murder would be from Muslims, because there hasn't really been that many in the last few decades of white on Jewish murder, terror attacks. Has been
but I don't see why we have to conflate.
It's like, I'm a Jew, I care about this.
Crimes with targeted
if a Jew gets beat up, I follow that. I'm on it.
Very different things, right?
And like, no, it's not these people trolling me online.
It's to do with intention. So everybody's kind of right. It's to do with intention and why someone's going out with it. If someone's going out to rob you because they think you're richer or whatever, they want to take your car, they want to take your Walkman. That Walkman was like 1990. They're doing that because it's opportunistic, it's crime. It's nothing to do with the fact you're Jewish. Sometimes it can be because you're Jewish, and there has been a rise in anti-Semitic attacks, particularly in New York, from the African American community towards the Jewish community. But it's not motivated by the same level of hate that, say, the Black Hebrew Israelites. And to tell you what Tiger was saying, there is a degree of truth to what Elron and Tiger were saying. I'll give you a great example. Israel. So when the Black Hebrew Israelites went in and shot up, those two of them, they shot up a kosher restaurant in New Jersey, and I remember Rashida Tlaib put up who's a congresswoman in America, Palestinian.
Hilarious, yeah.
She put up a tweet that said, "This is disgusting. That there's white supremacy in the UK. In America today, murdering Jews." Can't remember the exact wording, but she blamed it on white supremacy. Then it came out in the media, so it does get reported that actually it wasn't white supremacists; it was Black Hebrew Israelites, and she just deleted the tweet. There was no, it's disgusting, it's anti-Semitism. She didn't, because it didn't fit the narrative that this was a white supremacist.
Joseph, I tell you another thing about
as the closest thing we have to like an African here, I just want to say that I
came late to
like,
the stream.
shit.
I have a lot to say. Okay?
You don't need to, Tiger. We know you do.
So there's another thing with the Black Hebrew Israelites, which you will realize, and there's videos still on YouTube. They let them stay on YouTube, which is they are reading from the Jewish scripture and demanding white people to kneel down, kiss their feet, and basically saying, well, in the future, we will enslave you. Where's this coming from if this Jewish scriptures is so peacefully, yet they are quoting Jewish scriptures and having this ideology that they should rule over us, Joseph.
What's this have to do with the conversation?
Yeah, but you hear the same thing from the Nation of Islam. So.
What's this anti-white hatred in the Jewish scriptures, Joseph?
There is no anti-white. Can you show me one line in the Old Testament that is anti-white? Show me one verse in Jewish scripture that is anti-white as you described it.
Yeah, what they will say is and you can hear that not only from the Black Hebrew Israelites, you can hear that from prominent rabbis.
Jewish scripture doesn't focus on skin color at all.
Where they comparing
the prophecy in Noah that Yahweh will be ruled
with Rome, with Christianity, with Europe, and so on. And they're having a blood libel. The Jews having a blood libel. Some Jews, prominent Jews, rabbis, having a blood libel against Esau and his basically his children, right? And also about this whole skate. Wait,
this is the difficulty.
Why am I interrupted all the time? Another thing is you talked about the scapegoating, right? You know where the scapegoating comes from.
Talking points. I'm saying, what's this have to do with the conversation?
You have a whole
You're just repeating Christopher Van Jerken's talking points.
Someone. It's called. You even have a festival. It's called Yom Kippur. So you talking about scapegoating, you are always being scapegoated, is very, it's projection. That's what it is.
So what is Yom Kippur? Could you just explain it to me, Alban?
Let me just say something. This problem was created by some videos that started circulating in 2010 of actual rabbis saying that some of the blacks were Hebrews. So this problem was also mainly provoked by rabbis. When they started posting these kind of stupid videos, the blacks started believing it. Go look it up. Most of these videos are still on YouTube of rabbis saying this kind of bullshit.
It's different. I mean, black Israelites is much different in the U.S. because in the U.S. as a Jew, and probably in London also, I'm an American, only an American, and I'm a Jew by choice. People could discriminate or not like me, but in terms of the government, I have the full privileges of anybody, and the government doesn't care whether I'm Jewish or not. And that's largely to our advantage to just be considered full Americans without any claim on that. And so black Israelites wants to say that they're Jewish. That's their right. So I mean, Joseph, or I could say that's ridiculous. They're not really Jewish. But in America, you could open up a synagogue. You could call yourself Jewish because it's not an identity that legally makes a difference. And if a black Israelite wants to come to my place of business, I have to serve them. You're not allowed to discriminate against a person in business. And I've argued with many of my fellow Jews on changing that, saying that's
would you serve a Nazi?
largely why we can be successful in America, because there is no classification on citizenship that I'm a Jew by choice and an American by law. And part of that means that if a black Israelite wants to call himself a Jew, that's his right. And I could think he's a fake Jew, but it doesn't matter. It makes absolutely no difference. And if a black Israelite opens up a place of business and I come in and he doesn't want to serve me, it's against the law. He has to serve me. I mean, that's the general business capitalistic nature. And it's probably the same in the UK. You know, saying like maybe Joseph's the real Jew and he represents what the Jews really believe. But if a black man or whoever wants to call himself a Jew and open up a synagogue and make up some crazy crap about what they think Judaism stands for, that's their right as an American and probably as a Brit also.
I just want to say something. You know, the black Hebrew Israelites, they claim that they're not native Africans and they believe that they are native to like.
What does it matter? They're American. They could believe or claim whatever the hell they want.
They don't even think of themselves as black people or Negroes. So like they racially disassociate themselves
I'm just
from
going to say, I
Africans.
think we should wind this down about 10 something minutes, quite late here, and I think we're way off reservation when we're talking about Hebrew Israelites, something they actually belong to Israel, for example.
Can I ask?
It doesn't even make a difference.
Antisemitism, but
can I ask my anti-Semitic question to Joseph Cohen? So I've spoken to a lot of young Jewish Orthodox boys, and when I ask them about Jesus Christ, a lot of them tend to say things like Jesus' mother was a whore. And these are like young men. These aren't like, like red-pilled, like weirdos who are on the internet. And I'm just curious to know, I mean, where's this sort of rhetoric coming from?
Is this the Speaker's Corner, Hevra? Is this the Speaker's Corner, guys?
Yeah, like
I'm
young
gonna have
men.
words with their parents. I know their parents.
Yeah, give them a good.
I truthfully, I can't say where they've got that from, why they would say that. Of course, there are Jews that will say insulting things about other religions, just as there are Muslims that will say insulting things about other people's religions. The normative position of most Jews is not that. It's probably more...
I'm saying it's bad character. The normative position of a Jew is that Christianity is a false religion. Yeah. And that there's no way Jesus Christ is a prophet or God. You're saying a person has bad character and they speak in a poor way. That's a sign, like Joseph said, of bad parenting. But no, in factually, your average Jew is going to tell you that that Christianity is a false religion.
I don't give a shit what your opinion is. The fact is, you run your mouth all night, and now I would wish to actually acknowledge.
What do you think about the term goy?
Yeah, I don't care, Joseph.
Well,
I actually want to ask you. You go ahead and ask you
about the status of goys versus the status of.
I'm actually interested in a couple of other things. First of all, who cares if a Jew thinks that Jesus' mother is a whore? It's like when Muslims say that Hindus worship cows. They are, when you don't believe in a particular religion, you can be derogatory towards the other religion. religion, and they do that all the time. So that's who cares? What I'm more interested in is the fact is that this is something I want to ask you a long time when you were on my actual show last time, Joseph. We have over 200 United Nations resolutions, and as far as we know, that Israel is in violation of at least over 40 of them. Why is this, and how is it? I mean, are we going to go down? Are you going to tell me that the United Nations is just this anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli organization, or is there something in there? Is there something that we can address there?
I can answer that question really, really easily. Israel, and there's way more resolutions than you mentioned, Israel has had more critical resolutions of it than the entire world combined. So let's stop and park and explore that. So if we unpack that statement, that means the Rwandan genocide, the Kenyan genocide, the massacres in Iraq and Syria, the Uyghur genocide in China, what's going on in Yemen today, in Afghanistan, all of these conflicts, add all of it together, the millions of people that have been slaughtered around the world, the insane abuses of human rights, you add all those up together, and it still accounts for less critical United Nations resolutions than Israel's received. Why is that? Is it because Israel is so much worse, that it's so bad that it's worse than all of the other countries combined, despite on average maybe 100 to 200 people dying a year on both sides of the conflict? It has a very low death toll in comparison. And despite whatever you think the treatment of the Palestinians, compared to the neighboring states, the conditions of the Arabs, whether they're in the Palestinian territories or whether they're in the Israeli territories, are immeasurably better than in other nations, whether it's women's rights, whether it's the rights of the gay community. And so you look at all of this together. Well, why is it? Why is Israel getting more critical resolutions? Is it because the United Nations are anti-Semitic? No. What is the United Nations? The United Nations is a democracy of dictators and everything else. It's effectively it's a reflection of the consensus of nations that are voting in accordance with whatever interests they have for their own nations. And so there's a very powerful Muslim bloc, which is very, very critical of the state of Israel for religious and political reasons. And they have huge influence. And so, for instance, Western nations will often either abstain or vote against Israel because there's no interest for them to vote in line with Israel at the United Nations, because they get far more out of voting in line with the Gulf states, with the oil, etc. So at the moment, that's why there's so much hostility within the United Nations towards Israel. To even add that, to add a cherry on the top, if you look at who's on the Human Rights Council as an example, you've got nations like Venezuela, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia. I think Iran's on there.
Saudi Arabia was actually on there for a while, but the thing is, those things are transitory. They do change. They're not.
They do change, but I'm just saying it's not a good measure of human rights. It's a good measure of what which nations wield the most influence at a global scale, and that's why there is so many critical resolutions of Israel at the United Nations.
Joseph, do you think that
the longevity of the
main problem? Let me tell you what is the main problem. The main problem is that Israel is the last nationalist country, and these people who profess to be the United Nations are instead wreckers of nations. And because they are a nation, nationalistic, they want to destroy it, and they won't support it because they want a global world. And Israel will be in front of that.
Yeah, but the thing is, this doesn't really make a lot of sense when you talk about the United Nations being anti-Israel, when it was the League of Nations, then later the United Nations, that established Israel, that actually gave its legitimacy. So it seems really, really weird that this organization that established this nation is the one that's trying to destroy it.
With the greatest respect, can I just quickly respond to that, just because it is kind of my area. The United Nations, so first and foremost, it was the League of Nations which gave the mandate. The United Nations, when Britain gave up on the mandate because they couldn't control the vying parties, they passed the problem to the United Nations. The United Nations then looked very different to the makeup today. The Western nations had far more influence than now it's much more representative of the world, because there are far more nations there. So, for instance, when Israel was voted into existence, it was 33 nations that voted for its existence. Britain abstained. I think Greece abstained. The Arab states obviously voted against. But the United Nations was completely different. To expect the sentiment of the United Nations 70 years ago to reflect the sentiment of the United Nations today, when you have global powers like China, you have the Arab bloc, the entire world has changed. So, of course, the policies of those nations have changed 70 years on. It's not like it's the same policies that were in place 70 years ago.
No, but the thing is, Joseph,
but it is. I mean, the longevity and consistency of the problem that Palestinians have been in the refugee camps for 70 years.
There's no such thing as a Palestinian refugee.
I mean, even if you say that objectively the crimes of Rwanda or these other things were worse, they happened and they were over.
Sorry, David, you're not a refugee, mate. You're not a refugee. I'm not a refugee. Palestinians are not refugees.
There were hundreds of thousands of refugees. Those refugee camps from 1948 still exist.
How are they refugees? Those
camps still exist.
David, the law for being a Palestinian refugee, according to United Nations Relief Work Agency, is first and foremost, it's weird. It's patrilineal. So if you have a great-great-great-grandfather that came from Iraq and lived in mandatory Palestine for 2 years from 1946 to 1948, it doesn't matter that every one of your other 36 ancestors came from America, Britain, wherever. You are considered a Palestinian refugee by the United Nations. It's the most stupid definition.
I'm not referring to. I'm referring to the longevity and consistency of the problem. If it's like Tibet, they expelled them, it was over. If it was Rwanda, it was a genocide. God forbid, millions of people died. It was over, as opposed to the Palestinian refugee camps have been there for 70 years, and the occupation has been consistent for 50 years. Is there another case where there's been a refugee camp for 70 years?
People don't talk about it for some reason.
Palestinians in the West Bank are considered refugees. They're literally living in the West Bank. How are they refugees? They're living in the place they consider Palestine.
Well, in the West Bank, I'm saying that there's actual refugee camps, and there's hundreds of thousands. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands that were put there after 1948, and they're still there.
Am I a refugee?
The refugee camps from 1948 still exist.
Why do they exist?
It doesn't matter why. I'm saying the reason why there's so many resolution is the longevity of the problem. The problem has existed over 70 years.
Is Princess Rania of Jordan a refugee? Are you seriously arguing that?
Well, no, but I'm saying there are refugee camps that were created in 1948 that still exist and still have hundreds of thousands of people in them.
How do you pronounce it? I don't know modern culture, but the Haddads, are they the daughters?
You compared it to God forbid genocide Sudan or China or these various things. They happen, God forbid, they're horrible tragedies, and then it was over, as opposed to the situation in Israel has been a consistent problem for 70 years.
The occupation of Tibet is still not actually over.
I was saying that you can't
our enemies with your stupid arguments.
Nobody talks about that.
I was saying, why are there resolutions one after another? Because the situation continues. It's been the same situation
but you have to,
for decades now. You're talking about the genocide in Darfur. You can't keep on making resolutions about something that happened and is over.
Kashmir,
you keep on making resolutions about something that's consistent.
David, the excessive focus on Israel is suspect, I would say, to say the least. I have plenty of criticism of Israeli policy, but this is suspect. If you always this excessive focus, how many people died? Joseph just said it. It's terrible what sometimes the Israeli government is doing, but
because it's the same problem that's been around for
not
decades
in proportion to
and the
what
other
actually
things they talked
happens,
about aren't consistent problems that have been around for 70 years now. God forbid, there might have been much worse.
You mean Kashmir is not a problem since earlier? How long is Kashmir going on? How long is Tibet going on? What is it?
In Tibet, they were expelled. It was over. It was a tragedy.
It's not over.
Jordan, David, very simple question. David, very simple question. It's a one sentence answer. Why are the Palestinians in Lebanon not Lebanese?
Because they didn't give them citizenship.
So why is the United Nations being critical of Israel because the Lebanese refused Palestinian citizenship when every other nation is expected to take in asylum seekers?
Well, can blame that, but it's at the end of the day, they were exiled from Israel, and if no other nation took them in, Where did they come from? They came from Israel.
By design, it's part of the same war. Lebanon is a nation that invaded and attacked Israel. Syria is a nation that invaded and attacked it. Damascus is a great example. Outside Damascus, there's a place called Yarmouk. It's a refugee camp. It's literally a city, a suburb on the outskirts of Damascus. In the Syrian war, over 100,000, I think, I hopefully got this right, 100 Palestinians were forced to flee there. They were considered refugees because the Syrians never gave them citizenship. They refused them the ability to work.
They're here in Detroit now. There's tens of thousands.
They refused them the ability in Lebanon. They refused them up until recently the ability to travel. And so, if you want to be critical of anyone, it should be the Arab states who told the Palestinians they were going to liberate them, invaded Israel, lost the war. When the Palestinians fled to their territory, like the Syrians told them to, they then refused to give them citizenship and locked them in perpetual poverty and created this fake refugee status that people like you advocate and promote and put out there.
But Joseph, you have to be Joseph. You have to be a bit honest. People were expelled. People were expelled.
No. The thing is, if those refugees were in Britain for 50 years and they were never given British citizenship, the British left would be in uproar. This country would be like screaming it down. That 50 years these people have been here and they've never been given British citizenship.
If they had kids, that Joseph would say that their kids would be refugees.
Well, I wasn't defending. I was just making the point why there's so many resolutions, because the situation has been around for decades.
There's many situations like
you could question who's to blame and why they blame Israel, but the fact is there's so many resolutions because no one took them and they're still right there.
Most of the resolutions don't mention the refugees. Most of the resolutions are critical of other things. Very few of them touch on the refugees. When it comes to things like Resolution 194, yes, it touches on the refugees, but most of them don't.
Amir Zahar, that's his comedy act, that he's in the airport and he's saying like he's here in Detroit because he can't go back to Israel. Rashida Tlaib, she's here in Detroit because they can't go back to Israel.
Of course she can go. Like she was granted access and she refused to go. So, but that's a different. That's a separate subject.
Well, no, I mean my main point of this
even
was,
Kevin Michael Grace from the alt-right, he doesn't mind Rashida Tlaib. He minds that she's here in America. Like, of course, she's acting like anyone who got here to America, and they're going to advocate for their people, and that's why immigration's really one of the key issues. And I was trying to make the point the whole time: the biggest mismatch between the larger Jewish community and the nations we live in is factually immigration. Whatever the numbers are, that Jews support immigration at a much higher rate.
Okay, so give me those numbers. David, show me those numbers. You need to now show us these numbers.
I think it's a good thing.
Give us some facts. Immigration. Give us the facts of Europe. No, I really think this is... you're now on a channel that...
Joseph is an Israel advocacy. He advocates for Israel. I'm a Jew. I advocate for Jewish causes, and the biggest Jewish cause is immigration.
Give me those numbers. You're talking to an audience which many people have anti-Semitic beliefs and conspiracy theories, and now you're not...
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to have a conversation, because Joseph isn't trying to advocate for Jews in England. He's trying to advocate for Israel. So he's not advocating for the issues that people in England care about. He's not advocating for the issues that American Jews care about. He's advocating for Israel. I'm advocating for the issues that American Jews care about. And the issue that American Jews care about most is immigration.
Absolutely brilliant, David. So Joseph cares. We let Joseph go last. I'll go last after Joseph. Jordan, any closing remarks? Because it is 2:30.
No, I'm good. Thanks for the opportunity to talk, guys, and good stream.
Hey, pleasure, man. Mamza, anything to say on the way out, my man?
Yeah, I want David to provide the numbers of European populations that are in favor of immigration, and if it's really true that it's in general the case that. And I don't think
I have tens of immigration rallies hosted by Jewish organizations that I have recorded on my YouTube channel.
Let's do that later, because I would.
Great anecdotes. Fine, fantastic, David.
Brilliant. Anything, Elron, Bruder Wolf? Any closing remarks for now?
My closing remark to the refugee situation in Israel is, once again, it's interesting to see the double standard. I mean, I have a video here I could show, but it's not really important. You have to take my word, or I can link you the highest article to that. 1,500 rabbis. That is mostly not left-wing guys there, right? That is always the excuse.
Why don't you put the video link in the comment section? And
I will do that.
Look at that. That'd be awesome, right? Thanks.
So,
anything to say in the name of Allah on the way out?
No, nothing else. But all I'm saying is, 1,500 rabbis, right? That is not like a single case. That is a lot of rabbis signed, and I think now it's 2,200 or something, and other Jewish organizations signed in America alone the petition to help all these refugees in white countries, but they are not taking them into Israel. That is my.
I think because those rabbis are light into the world, and we should listen to their words. Anything else, Joseph, man? Any last comments? Thanks ever so much for coming on. Any final comments? I think anti-Semitism is alive and well, right, Joseph? You're muted, of course, as usual.
Good, sorry. I'll respond to Elron. So Elron, it's one of the things that most people on the right do is they conflate progressive Jews in America with the attitudes of Jews around the world and say Israel. So the Jews in America that you're talking about who signed this letter are also hugely critical of Israel. And one of their criticisms, even irrespective of the situation with the Palestinians, which they overwhelmingly support the creation of a Palestinian state, these rabbis you're talking, it's HIAS, they are very critical of Israel because Israel is quite discriminatory on how it views their form of Judaism. For instance, it's very difficult if someone converts to Judaism under their denominations of Judaism in America, they're not accepted or recognized as a Jew in Israel. So to conflate what Israel does, Israeli government policy, with what some progressive rabbis in America do is a false. These are different people, different communities with very different values, and the two are not connected. They can be very critical of each other, and so it's very easy to say, well, look, all these Jews in America support open borders, and there are many Jews in America that support open borders. There's many that oppose it, but there's many that support it. But that's not to say that those same views aren't held by Jews in Israel, and one of the biggest reasons for that is the cultures that they exist in. At least 50% of the Jews in Israel come from countries from the Middle East and North Africa. And so they are much more conservative in outlook. They're much more religious, or they're much more observant as a whole compared to the American community, which is far less religious in terms of keeping the traditions. And so, I just don't think you can compare the two communities and say, look what these American Jews are doing, yet they do completely different things in Israel, because the two are not the same. I think closing comment for me would be, it's been an interesting conversation. I agree with you. Anti-Semitism is definitely alive and well on the right. It's interesting how so many people claim that they're not anti-Semitic and they don't have an issue with the Jews, yet they obsess over us. It's a thing, like someone like Paul Rimmer. There was a fascinating conversation to someone who's devoted so much time to learning about my people from a hostile perspective. It's actually been a really insightful conversation. So thank you. If anyone wants to check out the content we produce, you can check it out on the Israel Advocacy Movement. We're at _advocacy on Twitter, and then Israel Advocacy Movement on Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Unlike most of the alt-right, we are still there. We have managed to survive all the community strikes.
Brilliant, Joseph. Thanks ever so much for coming on. And I guess Joseph and I started by saying, hey, I made the list. These are the top 10 arguments I hear out of the top I had from anti-Semites. And I think the panel and the chat have served as well by confirming that these 10 things are on their mind nonstop all the time. And let's check the downticks. 72 downticks, and I lost about 40 subs, validating the primary thesis that, it's God's chosen people. And my last comments are, as a Christian, all I can say is I believe that God has made all the people in their world in their specific way, including the Jewish people. And if, Northern Nazbol idiots ever decide to do something about that, we, the Christians, shall seal in the field. So I need to go to sleep.
Ralph,
one more thing.
Whoa, Aaron, though, you interrupted. Thanks, you literally interrupted when I wanted to ask something. I just want to ask Joseph and David, if an opportunity arises, I would like to discuss or explore this the sort of resolution United Nations issues with you guys at a given opportunity. So I'll tweet you, Joseph.
Joseph is the Israel advocate. Now, I'm just pointing. I mean, there's conflict between Israeli interest and American interest, and there's a lot of internal conflict between Jews. I'm going to say we're not fighting, or I mean, we're still Jews, but it's like no. I mean, Joseph is the Israel advocate. I'm talking about, and there's a lot. Even Joseph's rabbi, who went AWOL, Judas Maccabeus, who is actually an American citizen, kind of like seeking out the anti-Semites in order to counter. I mean, because it's the liberal, progressive voice of Judaism that's dominant, that is in power. Zionism, support in Israel.
Get to bed. I have two quick questions for David about when are we having our speed chess match? And is the rumor true that on Wednesday you're doing it earlier?
I mean, we play a game right now, I guess. But I mean, you just messaged me like during the debate. But it's like I advocate for Jews. Like I play chess for Israel. I relatively support Israel, but I'm not an Israeli advocate. I'm more a Jewish advocate, and there's a lot of dissenting, opinions. And I would put immigration as probably the main one. Where Joseph is going to keep on, there's just a conflict of interest between groups, like between nationalities, and there's a conflict of interest between half Jews and American Jews and Israeli Jews. And that's why these conversations are important. So props for having these. But like Ralph, like I hate the dumb questions. Like it's like, I mean, what's your point with that? Like, if you could expel one person, which one you expel? Like, if you could kill one of the like you're trying to run a Squid Game. Like, if you could kill one of the panelists, if one of the panelists has to be killed, which one would you choose? It's just a dumb question. I don't know why you're asking it.
I can answer why I answer it for two reasons. The first reason is Phil likes to pose moral quandary problems like Bantam trolley problems, catching people out on those things. And I want him to answer the schisms and the inconsistency of his ideology between race and class. And the fact that he couldn't answer them either instinctively or after deliberation, for me, proves that his internal models are incoherent. That's why I asked them.
Okay, well, props for hosting the conversation. And, Joseph, keep up the good work. I mean, the only way we're moving forward is, like, God forbid, anti-Semitism is substantially higher among people who don't know Jews. And, probably in Europe, there's less anti-Semitism because most Europeans know Jews. And anti-Semitism is by far highest in countries and among people who don't know us. And hatred in general, like blacks or any type of hatred, is all the studies have shown people hate people they don't know, that they haven't spoken to, much more than people they've actually spoken to. And so props for doing this.
I also just want to thank this person in the chat that pointed out that I look like Henry VIII. I've never seen that before, but I agree. Yeah.
Come to the white side, Joseph.
But it is like an hour behind in Berlin.
Leave the Jewish side. I want to get one last thing in there. I think that the purpose of this stream was for Ralph. It wasn't really a conversation. Like it was like basically a blood sport type of setup that Ralph wanted to have to challenge some of the views of the right. And I think this is fair enough. It wasn't like a proper interview or something like this. It wasn't that format. And one more thing was, so the reason why I even engaged in this whole you do this, the Jewish groups do this, and all of this is to show that even though we all have extremists on our side. There's extremist Zionists, there's extremist Jewish rabbis that are spreading out some of the bullshit. But that these extremists doesn't basically what's the word delegitimize the concept of Zionism. So as far as extremists extremists on the side of right-wing ethno-nationalists, right?
I missed your words. What was that?
Zionism.
Zionism. Zionism.
Extremist Zionists, just because you will find extremist Zionists or extremist rabbis doesn't delegitimize Judaism. And I want to have the same standard for me, not a generalization on right-wing views, right? The same courtesy, what's the word? Sorry, it's very late here in Germany.
You know what my suggestion is, therefore, you should follow the excellent example set by the Jewish people in achieving that.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's just, I wanted to show that you will find extremists on all sides that doesn't, however, delegitimize the normal claims that I am making or whatever, right?
Truthfully, Owen, I think if someone were able to put together all the expressions of white, English, German ethno-nationalisms that I've seen have been riddled with racism and not really revolving around the actual culture that you're advocating for. So with Zionism, it was very clear there was this strong Jewish culture, this sense of peoplehood, this persecution. There was many things motivating it, and it was a complete package, which was very easy to sell to Jews and non-Jews alike. That's I've not experienced or seen anything, but that may be my ignorance rather than it not existing. But certainly with English ethno-nationalism, it tends to degenerate into just very, very, very.
Well, probably Joseph. Probably wait.
Rob, just reply to Joseph's on that point is that the ethno-nationalist movement of the general right make the following claim like a mantra: we love our own and we don't hate the other. And I agree with that sentiment. But the moment you love your own and you hate another, your claim to loving your own is masked by your hate of the other.
True.
You can love your own and don't hate the other.
And I would say that
Jews delegitimizes any position of the right.
The reason that Joseph haven't seen normal ethno-nationalists, for example, is because normal ethno-nationalists are not interested in attacking someone like Joseph. There's a very simple explanation for this. Someone like Martin Sellner is not concentrated on people like Joseph. He never heard about you, Joseph. So,
yeah, but I think Martin Sellner would have a very difficult time. I followed Martin Sellner for a long time. He'd have a very difficult time defending his moral position against Joseph. He'd be able to defend his position and his love for the Germanic people, for Austria and for Germany. But he would not be able to defend his position of spray painting Nazi signs on a Holocaust memorial.
No,
so
he
Martin
doesn't.
Sellner is right about loving the German people. He's right about working for the Austrian people. But as soon as he paints a swastika, it doesn't matter what he thinks about the German people.
And the only other thing I would add, Elvan, is I think Jews have a different sense of, or a different definition of peoplehood than most ethno-nationalists, because most ethno-nationalists base it on blood, on biology. That's the foundation. Whereas Jews come in all different colors, and I'm as much a brother to David as I am to an Ethiopian Jew, and I think that is a distinction because the culture for us is stronger than the biology, if that makes sense. And I'm not making a judgment on anything, on you, on the movement, but I think the Jewish sense of peoplehood is bigger than just biology. There is a common ancestry, but we're going back thousands of years, and as we've been separated for a long time. So it's what really unites us is this common culture, this language, religion, philosophy.
A story, right? A narrative, a story that's bonded. And the same way from the Christian perspective, my Ethiopian black Christian brother is as equally loved by a Mexican Christian as a white Christian, because he's my brother under Christ. And now I might care about Mexican ethnic issues or Ethiopian persecution, but not at the expense of the love of Christ. Ethno-nationalists, when they lost God, all they have is blood, and that can't win.
And I think one of the things is because, and this is just me thinking out loud now, because the conservatives and certainly the ethno-nationalists have focused so much on biology, they've paid very little attention to the actual culture that they're preserving, and that's why they've lost the culture war, because it's never been at the forefront. If you focus just on like, okay, we all come from the same place and we have a similar color skin, that's not that really, it's not going to unify most people, because most people want something more meaningful and substantial. And there is incredible rich history, values and culture that's worth preserving in Europe. But if you make it as superficial as just we're white, you're brown, we don't want you here, it's not, and I'm not saying that's what you want at all, but that's not going to win over most
Joseph,
British people.
Did you notice the difficulty Phil had with the question between white and black, class and race? His instinct wanted to just choose race, but his ideology is saying it's class, but he couldn't pick. Hence the question, because he couldn't pick, right? And I've asked also white ethno-nationalists, would you rather live with a black person who shares all your values, or a white person who shares none? And then they get into the quagmire, right? And when you pick just race, you're not going to win. You're just being tribal. Tribalism will be beaten by globalism, liberalism, neoliberalism, Islam, Christianity, because it just doesn't have the same bonding unity, right? You don't have that same. I can't speak for a Jewish person, but Joseph, you feel something. If you met a Jew from halfway around the world, you instantly feel something, like I do with a Christian. I might not know his culture very well, but I know we have something that's stronger than our stuff. It's great.
Yeah, you are part of a collective. You are part of something that is bigger than yourself. I know for a fact if I go and visit a city, there will be families that I've never been before that will host me for meals if I want. And that sense of community has been lost in Europe, and it's a tragedy that that's been lost. And it should be rebuilt. For me, obviously, I believe in an inclusive society. I will use all the catchphrases of the liberals, but that still exists within the Jewish faith. I can visit anywhere in the world where there's a Jewish community, and I'm likely to find a family that, as a stranger, they will invite me in and I can eat with them. And it's because we have that bond, that commonality, and it's based on the culture, the stories. That it's not based on the color of our skin. Is the thing that I really
Joseph, it's not just based on Torah either, is it? It's more than just the Torah.
Yeah,
it's more than
Joseph, I linked you something in the side chat. Maybe you can look at it later.
Definitely.
That is one of the biggest think tanks in Germany, right-wing think tanks coming from the new right. I challenge you to find me these books that are talking about race, right? How many of these books talking about race and blood, and which books talk about culture, history, and all of these things.
So that's the thing. We can end this. I know you guys have to go to bed because it's like 7 a.m.
An early morning call, and it's like 2:45.
All right, I'll check out your bookshop. And as I said, all of this could be my ignorance, but my experience of interacting with ethno-nationalists in the UK is they are consumed with hate more that they hate more than they love. And I'm talking about loving their own community, and I think that's one of the biggest turnoffs for most ordinary British people. But I don't know about Germany because I'm not based in Germany.
All right, guys.
All right.
Do this. So, hey,
have a good night. Thanks for having me, Ryan.
God bless you, Joseph. Thanks ever so much, man. Peace out. Let me kill.